Recording in progress.
Serious. Are you ready, everyone? With the sound of the gavel, boom, we begin the open session to hear public comments. Before closed session, actually before open comments, we have a roll call.
Yes, sorry. Councilmember Urbana,
Here.
Councilmember McLaughlin,
Here.
Councilmember Robinson,
Here.
Councilmember Willis is absent. Councilmember Zepeda,
Here.
Vice Mayor Jimenez,
Presente.
and Mayor Martinez.
Here. Can you read the items into?
Yes. During closed session, the council will discuss the following items. Item C1, conference with labor negotiators. City designated representative Heather McLaughlin, unrepresented employees, city manager. Agency representative Sharon Taylor and Jack Hughes. Employee organizations, SEIU Local 1021, full-time and part-time units. IFPTE Local 21, mid-level management unit and executive management units. Richmond Police Officers Association, Richmond Police Management Association, IAFF Local 188, and Richmond Fire Management Association. Item C2, Public Employee Performance Evaluation, titles, City Attorney, City Manager, City Clerk, and Confidential Investigative Appeals Officer. Item C3, Conference with Legal Counsel, Existing Litigation, Winehaven versus City of Richmond, Giddyville Rancheria of California et al. Versus United States of America et al., and North Coast Rivers Alliance et al., Point Melody Alliance et al. Versus City of Richmond. And we do not have any requests to address the council.
Well, with no public comment. We'll close this session and adjourn to closed session. See you guys on the other side. Oh. Welcome, everyone. With the sound of the gavel, we will start the city council meeting. We will begin with the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Roll call.
Councilmember Bonner,
Here.
Councilmember McLaughlin,
Here.
Councilmember Robinson,
Here.
Councilmember Willis,
Here.
Councilmember Zepeda is absent during roll call. Vice Mayor Jimenez. Vice Mayor Jimenez.
Presente.
And Mayor Martinez.
Here.
And let
Next
the
item.
record show that Councilmember Zepeda is present. Next item is statement of conflict of interest. Are there any? Hearing none. Our next item is agenda review.
There are a couple of items that need to be moved. Let's see, right after, oh. Oh, yes. So the new procedures will be the first item. After that, we will have the social host ordinance, which is Q3, followed by Q2, Veolia, and then the East Bay Rescue Mission programming. Any other changes?
Nope. Thank you.
Our next item is a report from the city attorney of final decisions made during closed session.
Yes, on the closed session agenda, the item concerning negotiations with the designated representative, Heather McLaughlin, unrepresented employee, city manager. There was discussion of that item. There was no reportable action taken. Concerning the employee organizations, there was an update on those items, and there's, again, no reportable action taken. Concerning public employee performance evaluation, city attorney, city manager, city clerk, and the investigative officer, those items were discussed, and there was no reportable action. And the last item, C3, is the Winehaven litigation, Giddyville, and the North Coast Rivers Alliance. We gave a status report on where those items stood, and there was no reportable action taken by the council. That's the report.
Our next item is a report from the city manager, and under that report, we have a new employee report.
Good evening, Mayor Martinez and members of the City Council. Shasta Curl, Richmond City Manager. KCRT, can you please load the slide deck? The other one, please, unless, actually, we can, since, oh, there it is. I was going to say, oh, we can let Sharon go first. Next slide, please. So, next slide. Next slide, please. So I'm excited to announce that we have a new city manager weekly report format. Would like to thank Abdul Black and the city manager's office and Department of Children and Youth that helped work collaboratively with city manager's office staff to develop the new format. If you would like to sign up for the city manager weekly report, it has all of the activities that are being held in partnership with the city and events of note and opportunities for collaboration. You can call 510-620-6512 or email weeklyreport@ci.richmond.com. Really excited that we're able to launch this new format to enhance our communications with the public. Next slide, please. Also, we have a new resource guide, I Heart Richmond. We're really trying to encourage everyone to keep our community nice and clean. And so it has helpful information inside of it about how to beautify your garden, free programs for residents, as well as grant opportunities, and how to report an issue. So we want to encourage people that, for example, we appreciate all the work that our friends at Caltrans do in our community, but frequently there are things taking place on their properties. Or if there's an issue with any of our utility companies, they're here in the resource guide, it lets you know how you can report these issues. You can scan them as well as access the Scan Me feature on your cell phone, or you can call a phone number or access via the city's website, and other important numbers such as vector control, or sometimes, for example, you may need to seek out another division of the city, maybe building department or code enforcement. All of that information is now contained in this guide. And so it is available for pickup throughout the city. If you would like additional copies for members of your community, please contact 510-620-6512, and we will make arrangements to provide copies. Next slide. We are continuing to work on obtaining community input on how to revitalize our library. As many of you are aware, the City Council, along with a grant that the city obtained, has nearly $30 million to improve our local library. We're really excited about this wonderful opportunity to bring the library up to modern standards and to make it more cohesive with the rest of the Civic Center renovation. So if you'd like to provide input on the revitalization effort, please join the community meeting on Thursday, January 25th from 6 p.m. to 7:15 p.m. Next slide. Also upcoming, there's an adult puzzle swap at the Richmond Main Library on Monday, January 29th from 1:30 to 2:30 and from 5:30 to 6:30. I'm going to do my best to stop by because this seems like a lot of fun. Next slide. Also, the NAACP is encouraging members of the public who would like to participate to join their upcoming gala. Next slide. Also, we have the Chinese New Year celebration coming up on February 10th from 1 to 3 p.m. In the Richmond Memorial Auditorium. This is also really a lot of fun. Next slide. There's Lunar New Year calligraphy happening also at the main library on Thursday, February 22nd from 2 to 3 p.m. for all ages. Next slide. And we also have our Black History celebration that is taking place. This is a city-sponsored event, and it's at the auditorium on February 24th from 1 to 3 p.m. Doors were open at 12:30. And we strongly encourage, in this instance it actually says required, to please RSVP in advance. And you can do so by calling Recreation at 510-620-6793. Next slide. Thank you. And with that, I'll turn it over to Sharon Taylor, our HR Director, to provide an update on hiring.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. Sharon Taylor, Human Resources Director. Can I please have my slideshow brought up, please? Thank you. So we have Mr. Quentin Glover. He is our new Recreation Program Coordinator in Community Services Recreation Department. Mr. Richard Diaz Valenzuela. He is our Emergency Services Manager. You met him last month, but he was officially hired last month. And Delvante Gallen, a Recreation Program Leader, Community Services Recreation Department. And I wanted to share with you some of our recruitment highlights during the year of 2023. Last year, we made 104 full-time hires, 74 promotions, 80 recruitments, and 4,285 applications were received and reviewed by our small but mighty team. So I thank Human Resources and I thank the City Manager for her support. Any questions? Thank you very much for your support as well.
To you and the entire HR team. You guys have done a great job. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Yes, go ahead.
I first of all want to thank the city manager for getting that new system in place for your city manager's weekly report. It's much nicer, much more readable. I got some good comments from the public as well. To Sharon and to the whole team, thank you for moving forward on all these wonderful new hires, and it's great to have them on board. So.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, I also want to echo that thought, that feeling, that sentiment. One of the major pushes that my administration had in mind was to make sure that we had more hires so that the city could do the work that we were meant to be doing. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Anyone else? Next item.
Our next item is reports of officers, referrals to staff, and general reports, including AB 123 reports, and it's limited to 2 minutes per council member, please.
Anyone? Councilmember Robinson.
Just really quickly, I wanted to report that over the last week, I did meet with parents from Richmond College Prep, elementary, preschool, and high school. They are very concerned about traffic safety issues around the school, around Eastrum, and around the school itself. There's actually 3 schools in the same location. Recently, there was a student who was actually hit by a car, another parent at pickup, because of just some issues with the way that pickup is running now. So we met together with the representative from the West Contra Costa Unified School District, Mr. Phillips, to discuss possible solutions, and are now hoping to work with and working it out to work with city staff to come up with some short-term and long-term solutions to the problem. And I bring that up because I don't think this is the only kind of school situation or community that's having traffic safety issues. And it is a difficult problem, especially when you have a student who gets hit by a car trying to come home from school. I think it's important that we stay on it and we work through the issue. So just going to keep pushing that forward. I know that there's an effort with that group to engage Eastern parents who are also bringing kids to and from school to come up with a collective plan. And I'll keep giving you updates as we work through the issue. Thank you.
Councilmember Bonner.
Thank you. I would like to report that I visited Red Cross Supplies in the city of Concord. Many people think that Red Cross has like disaster recovery. They do, but a small scale. It was very interesting to me. It was very educational, informative that the Red Cross in the entire Contra Costa County has only 1 employee who's in charge of the entire operation. And guess what? They rely on volunteers. They have over 130 volunteers. When there was a hazmat incident in the city of Richmond and people had to be evacuated, it were volunteers who went there, got a trailer, got set up, placed everyone, provided shelter. They urge you to volunteer. And the other thing is, I asked them, so how many do you have max in case of a major earthquake? She goes, everybody knows you cannot rely on us. Total of 1,200. So we've been working on emergency preparedness, and let's just stay in touch. And if you want to become a volunteer, you can take some classes online. And it helps your community to be better prepared for a smaller scale, but for larger scale, there's more need for community preparedness, and I'm so happy we have an Office of Emergency Services Manager who can help us. Thank you.
Anyone else? Anyone else? Councilmember McLaughlin.
Yes, I just want to say that we're continuing to work on the Marina Bay Farmers Market with a date of mid-March for a grand opening. The Literacy Festival work continues, which will take place on April 13th. And when we get a save the date flyer, I will send it to the city manager for her report. Also, I was at a day-long Public Bank of the East Bay
meeting that we had this past Saturday. A lot of updates, a lot of movement happening, and hope to have that business plan done soon and have it brought to the council for overall approval. And I want to thank Laurel Park Neighborhood Council for inviting me. They're having their first meeting in person at Easter Hill tomorrow night, and I look forward to being there. So that's it for now.
Anyone else? If not, I would like to announce that we should know that this week is Global Strike in support of Palestine. And as part of that, the mayor's office will be closed tomorrow in solidarity with the Palestinians. Next item.
Our next item under accommodations, presentations, and proclamations, item N1, is Human Trafficking Prevention Month. It's a proclamation recognizing Human Trafficking Prevention Month to honor the thousands of people harmed each year by this heinous human rights violation. We do have speakers after the proclamation is read.
Okay. Thank you, everybody, and thank you. We wanted to give some recognition to the many organizations and the leaders who have been working on this particular issue. Maybe if City Clerk is okay with you to read the proclamation so people can know it. And then we want to invite Jennifer Lai, the Executive Director of MISI, who is an organization that works to support those individuals who have been in the human traffic issue, to receive these with other organizations. Thank you.
This is recognizing National Human Trafficking Prevention Month. Whereas the United States Senate designated January 11th as National Human Trafficking Awareness Day in 2007, and beginning in 2010 by President Proclamation, each January has been designated National Slavery Human Trafficking Prevention Month. And whereas human trafficking is a public health issue and crime that affects individuals, families, and communities across generations, exploiting the most vulnerable among us and weakening our collective well-being. And whereas human trafficking involves commercial, sexual exploitation, and labor exploitation, sex trafficking is defined as a commercial sex act that is induced by force, fraud, or coercion. But if a person has not attained the age of 18 years old, force, fraud, or coercion is not required. Labor trafficking is defined as the recruitment, harboring, transportation, provision, or obtaining of a person for labor or services through the use of force, fraud, or coercion for the purpose of subjection to involuntary servitude, peonage, debt bondage, or slavery. And whereas human trafficking is a human rights violation and a violation of both federal and California law, it also promotes the breakdown of families and communities, fuels organized crime, deprives countries of precious human contributions, undermines public health, and imposes large economic cost. And whereas the FBI has identified California and the San Francisco Bay Area as an area of high prevalence of human trafficking, although human trafficking is illegal, those victimized by trafficking often know that help is available or where to seek assistance. And whereas human trafficking can happen to anyone, certain populations are disproportionately vulnerable, including Black girls, women, and gender-expansive youth affected by early life abuse, sexual violation, and poverty. Those systematically marginalized and underserved, and those who lack access to stable housing, employment, or social safety nets, work visas or employment protections that would safeguard them from exploitation. Whereas systematically marginalized populations experience the compounding impacts of racism, multi-generational poverty, misogyny, xenophobia, and community divestments, the City of Richmond, California, is dedicated to addressing these injustices experienced by these underserved populations in order to prevent future victimization. And whereas public awareness about human trafficking still needs to reach broader communities, and communicate more information about the nuances of this violation of human rights. And whereas people who have experienced human trafficking have critical perspectives and expertise, and Richmond, California will uplift their voices, engage, and collaborate with them to strengthen trafficking-related services and programs. And whereas the Richmond City Council is dedicated to ensuring anyone impacted by human trafficking can receive person-centered, trauma-informed, and culturally and linguistically appropriate care. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Richmond City Council does hereby proclaim January 2024 as Human Trafficking Prevention Month in the City of Richmond, California.
Thank you, City Clerk. You see why I put it on you to read it instead of me.
You got to give it to me.
You know.
Early,
But
You could
I
have
just
asked
wanted
me.
I just wanted to say thank you. Like, there is a human traffic task force where many residents in the city of Richmond are participating. And I just wanted to say thank you to organizations like MITSI and all the residents and organizations that are part of the Human Traffic Task Force in Contra Costa for all the work that are doing. And we want to, with this, we want to lift up that incredible work and also make sure that what we are doing is trying to resolve and go away from criminalization, but actually give, being able to provide support to those who are suffering from this. And that is not just sexual workers, but it's a lot of that doesn't go recognized, it's labor. And that is also a part of the human trafficking. And a lot of our undocumented immigrant community gets in these abusing relationships because language barrier, access to information and services because their legal status. So thank you so much for working on that. We will give the time for Councilmember Willis, and then we will go on and from to allow those who have been working really hard on this issue to have some words for the public. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Jimenez. The only thing that I will add is, for those of you who've actually been in Richmond for a very long time, I think you could remember on the corner of 23rd and McBride, there used to be a drive-through grocery store called Bab's Dairy. My mom worked there for over a decade, and I was always there too. So ever since I was a kid, I always seen human trafficking from those who are being sexually exploited. I've seen many different strategies that transpired in front of my eyes, from various sting operations to whatever could be done to try to mitigate the issue, and it's still been going on and off ever since then. And as I've grown up since that time of being a little boy seeing it, I know that it's also coming from a place that was mentioned in the proclamation. It's coming from abuse, coercion, and literally, when I think about those two words, I think about somebody whose spirit has been broken so much, or somebody who's been manipulated so much that they don't see a life outside of the circumstances that were dealt with them, which is why it's important that we approach this place from a place of compassion and humanity, and making sure that we're creating opportunities for folks to thrive and have a better life outside of that abusive situation, and doing what we can to track down those abusers and hold them accountable for subjugating other people for their own personal means and gains. I do see members of the Wendell Area Action Team. I'm going to shout that out officially for the record. These are members that actually live in a Wendell area who live in the same area as me, where we still see sexual exploitation and human trafficking happen every single night. And we see the traffic that builds up to where, unfortunately, there are members passing through our community who are just looking for one thing, and that's to perpetuate the cycle of exploiting these women who are out there. I'd like to thank the task force that have been coming together from the DA, City of Richmond Police Department, that have been able to track down some of those folks who are doing the trafficking and hold them accountable, and there's still work that needs to be done. And I'd like to thank those members of the public who brought this to our attention continuously so we can be aware of human trafficking and making sure that we're not punishing victims for being exploited by others. So thank you, everybody, and thank you, Vice Mayor, for also putting this together. And now I got to go up in front. Also, City Clerk, that word peonage, I had to look it up too just to sound it out, so you are all good.
And I wanted to just like give it to you.
And then Jennifer, you've done so much work on this.
And this, you can start, like the idea that you also.
Anything on your heart.
Do you want to start us off? Or?
Rochambeau.
Okay. I just want to thank the council for the proclamation, and particularly Jennifer Lyles from Missy, who is a partner in the task force, has also taken the lead on this and getting this organized with the council, and an important partner to the task force, and also doing great work in the community, both in Oakland and here in Richmond. And want to just highlight a couple things that the council members said, which is that, you know, all forms of human trafficking exist in Richmond. It is sex trafficking, but it is also labor trafficking. It is adults, it is minors, and it is a challenging issue. It's a community safety issue, it's a public health issue, and it is a human rights issue, I think probably most importantly. So it is something that affects everyone, and I think as you'll hear tonight, it affects the community at all levels. So those would be my words. And if you want to share.
Sure, thank you. So thank you, Vice Mayor Jimenez, Councilmember Willis, Council, for supporting this proclamation. You know, I think folks may know that the Bay Area is one of the areas with the highest reported sex trafficking of youth. And in the nation, most youth who are reported as being sex trafficked, 68 to 80% are Black girls or femme-identified youth that are born locally. So it's a local issue. The folks who are identified as being labor trafficked largely identify as coming from Latin American countries, and they are largely male and boys. So we need to see all of this, and we need to end it. And that's why prevention is such an important thing to talk about, because most of these people have reported they don't have housing, they don't have stable food, they don't have language access, they experience gender-based violence, they experience abuse, they experience language barriers, and they're pushed out of schools. So all of the resources and systems that are meant to serve people are failing the people who are being trafficked. And pimps and traffickers are waiting, right? They're waiting for these people to be pushed out. And so prevention is so important because we serve 850 young people a year, and we nowhere near serve everyone that needs it. And if we can prevent this, then we're not going to see this to the same extent. So again, I thank all of you for recognizing this. My partners on the coalition for your work, and I thank you. And if you have questions about how you can be involved, because everybody can do something, please reach out to, there's a coalition, there's a network. Please reach out. Council members can connect you with us. You can also find us, Missy, M-I, crooked letter, EY, You can look us up on our website, and then there's more information.
Oh, I get my turn. Hi, I've lived here I was born and raised in the city, and I came back in 2007. And my family's always lived about 2.5 blocks off of 23rd Street. So as Councilmember Willis was saying, it was kind of always there, but it was always on 23rd Street. It was wasn't quite in your backyard, which is where it is now. They've all moved up to 24th. We have people who say, they were washing in our, using our hoses, doing God knows what else. And there's some people there was a thing on Facebook not too long ago or next door going, why is this happening? We're kind of like, it's been happening. Where have you been? So it's something that it's dear to my heart because it's always been there, and it's something, I believe Richmond is a great place to live. It's a place I'm here to stay. So I would really like to see some changes, little bit of things. We've tried lots of different things to try to make changes. Your turn, Linda.
So I'm Linda McKee. I've lived on 24th and Esmond for the last 20 years. And from day one since I moved in, I've seen women out there on the streets, and where 20 years ago it was, they went about their business. Recently, it's become much more rampant, and people are much more bold, and the buyers are coming around a lot more frequently, basically every night. And it came to a head for me probably a year and a half ago, and seeing Sheila Green pass away in the gutter. And she was someone who was working on the streets, and it was just heartbreaking. And so I started reaching out to council people, to the Family Justice Center, to see what is happening and who cares about this issue. There are a lot of people that care about this issue. Recently, it was like, the city doesn't care, and I'm like, they do. It's just incredibly complicated, this issue, and we have to attack it with on all sorts of levels. But it is hard to go from anger to compassion and understand that we're living in our houses, and these women are out on the street living a pretty hard life. So thank you for everyone who's tackling this issue, and for including neighbors and hearing us out, and we look forward to doing great things with you. Do you want to read? Do you want to say anything? Yeah. Are we going to still have open comments, or is this kind of this?
Yes, we are, but if you already
Yeah.
want to say your comments now,
Yeah.
we can skip all that.
I have more to say later.
I'm Sidonia. I'm a resident of Richmond. I agree with everything that people have set up here, and I plan to give my comments at the public comment period, but since I'm here right now, I will read what I have written. I've lived in my home in Richmond for 19 years, and I'm here to let you know some of the things that have happened over the years where I live related to the human trafficking, sex human trafficking in the neighborhood. Not so long after we moved into our home, police officers came to our door to investigate the violent sexual assault of a teenage girl near our house, asking us if we had heard or witnessed anything. Also, a man and woman were both shot during a robbery, during a sex for money transaction while in his minivan, and it happened across the street from my home. And sometimes people in these compromising positions make themselves more of a target. Also, Sheila Green was murdered by a John because he thought she stole money from him, and she was attacked by him and thrown in the street to die. Also, traffickers have shot up a neighbor's home because they protested against the human trafficking happening on their street. My family's quality of life is diminished by illegal human trafficking that happens on 24th Street nightly. Human trafficking is accompanied by drugs and broken drug pipes, which I've found in the neighborhood, reckless and DUI driving, broken glass and alcohol bottles around the neighborhood. My son's elbow is scarred by one of those pieces of glass from when he played and rolled in the grass at the park. Along with used condoms all over the neighborhood and human feces, these things are a health hazard for those of us living here. I want to thank Chief French, Michelle Milam, Captain Lopez, Sergeant Tong, and the beat officers doing the actual enforcement work on a daily and nightly basis. Their enforcement and presence seems to be the best mitigation for the nightly activity on 24th Street. SB 357 has been implemented without being offset by consequences for buyers. But we neighbors, we have consequences. I would like a designated city council decision-making representative to attend all the DA's office anti-human trafficking meetings along with us neighbors. And I want to thank the council also for their work around this issue and for the improvements around Wendell Park, the lights and speed humps being the latest. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
We have speakers, and I think some of these speakers have already spoken. Linda McKee. You'll have 2 minutes.
I'm going to keep this short because I think you heard some of the things that I was already going to say.
Just a moment. She's activating.
Is it ready? No. Can you help me with this one? This one?
Yes.
There we go.
That's it. How come it's not? Okay, now.
Red, it's on.
So weird. Add. It keeps coming on. Add, yeah.
Is this it?
Red,
Stand
it's not.
this.
The add button is coming on.
Thank you.
Okay. I'm going to keep this short because I already said some of the things that I needed to say. I'm Linda McKee. I've lived in Richmond for 20 years on 24th and Esmond. And since the passing of SB 357, the human trafficking on 24th Street has escalated to an extreme. Although I have great empathy for the victims of human trafficking, the quality of our life in the neighborhood has gone down drastically. I've personally called non-emergency 120 times in the last 2 years for human trafficking related issues, and I know my neighbors call in frequently as well. Sidonia listed a lot of the issues that we are up against with, most particularly with the sex buyers circling around looking for sex, really interrupting our lives. After the tragic murder of Sheila Green in front of my house, I joined the 23rd Street Working Group to try to help organize residents in the neighborhood to tackle some of these issues. While RPD and the DA's office have actively participated in every meeting, it has been a challenge to secure consistent attendance from city-level representatives at our meetings. I'm urging City Council to appoint a city representative at the decision-making level to attend every meeting and help actively push forward initiatives like traffic calming measures and holding Johns accountable for illegally buying sex. I ask that all members of City Council make a public statement outlining their plans to address this pressing issue. As your constituents, the people of our city need to know what each of you will be actively doing to tackle this problem. Thank you.
Lori Eisenberg. You just turned the mic off. Press the button again, please.
How's now? Oh, yes. I'm Lori Eisenberg. I live very close to 24th and McBride. I've been here just about 5 years, and although I noticed trafficking when I moved here and I was concerned, it is unbelievable. I mean, this is beyond what anyone would ever expected in their own neighborhood. You cannot cross 24th Street at Lincoln because the traffic is so fierce, back and forth of people looking to buy sex. The women are up and down for blocks. There are condoms and feces and garbage everywhere, right outside my house, for blocks and blocks around. It is unacceptable, and I do feel deeply for these women. I feel nothing for the people who are buying them and the people who are selling them. So I repeat everything that I've heard so far tonight. I urge you to be more involved, and let's do everything we can to get this under control. It is extreme. So thank you for your attention to this issue.
Okay, I believe Sidonia Aguilar, she spoke already, and Jane Mignon.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council. Back in October, we did a block party on 24th Street between Esmond and Lincoln to try to slow down the trafficking. Well, it happened to be the same night that there was a triple shooting on 23rd Street, literally around the corner from where we were. So it was an interesting situation for us, but we found the block party was very, very helpful. People who you might not get to come and talk to you were there. And I know there's certain people on that street that, have issues about this and want to get out and help. But if you don't bring them out, they're not going to get out to help. The only issue is, it cost, I don't know, what was it, $100, $200 to block off, 11 houses? Because it's a little street, not a big street. So we could really appreciate it, would be helpful. We'd like to do these like every other month, get more and more people involved. Basically, human trafficking is from Garvin to McBride, 24th Street. That's all where it is. Sometimes up the alleys, but if we block off the street, they can't get to the alleys. So we really like the city council to help us maybe waive some of the costs to get barricades and things like that. So we can do this more often. We can get, you see somebody back in October, if we don't see them until June, they're going to be like, oh, yeah, you guys, we thought you quit doing this. So it's really important that we can do those kind of things, and your support would be very helpful on doing that. Thank you.
Okay, Katrina Natale.
I already spoke, so I'm going to keep this very brief, but I just wanted to highlight a couple things. One is the partnership between community members, community-based organizations and NGOs, the law enforcement community, as well as local county, city, county, and state and federal government, which is participating in the task force and trying to address some of these issues. And I think we all probably would agree that this is not something that any one of those groups can address by themselves. And so our focus is to really try to bring a multidisciplinary group of folks together to collaborate, understanding that we're not always going to agree on everything, but that this issue isn't important enough that we need to find a way forward. I already mentioned that how prevalent we believe that labor trafficking probably is in addition to sex trafficking. And I mention that because that's an area where we've gotten a lot less traction. What we know are all of the vulnerabilities that Jennifer mentioned, and those can be on a personal level, and those can be on a systemic level, that those are the things that put people in a position to be exploited and to not have the support and the resources they need to get out of the situation. So we really need the collaboration with government officials in particular to address some of those fundamental systemic issues of marginalization that really feed the human trafficking that happens in our communities. And then the last thing I wanted to say is just to the point, speaking on behalf of the DA's office, because that's where my office sits, though I work with all sides of the task force, that we have really taken a stand that we don't criminalize folks that are victims. And what we find is that in most cases where we're seeing commercial sex work, there's a high proportion of those folks that are not out there by choice, but through various means of exploitation. And so our focus, and we're doing a whole series of projects and investigations this week in particular focused on
Your
this.
time has expired.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
We have one speaker online.
And that speaker is Sarah Cantor. Sarah, please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Hi there. Thank you so much for hearing my comment. My name is Sarah Cantor. I'm a resident of Richmond. I wanted to thank the council for bringing this forward, thank everyone who's working on this issue, and especially want to thank those who are highlighting labor trafficking as an important issue worth considering. I think labor trafficking is drastically underreported. We know that all forms of human trafficking are underreported, but labor trafficking is so underreported that the statistics that we have are not even particularly useful because we know that there's just so much more out there. Labor trafficking happens often behind closed doors. It doesn't happen in places where people are seeing it out on the street in the same way that we're hearing from our 24th, 23rd Street neighbors about their experiences with sex trafficking. But it is no less exploitative. Engaging in commercial sex is not the only way to sell one's body. All labor is a selling of one's body, and I really appreciate those who are standing up for, as was mentioned, the primarily Latinx men who are facing this issue. I also really want to commend everyone who is approaching this issue from a place of compassion for street-based sex workers and looking at the underlying root causes of why people engage in street-based sex work, and rather than demonizing them or simply demonizing the people who are exploiting them, looking at how can we as a city provide a better standard of living for our residents so that no one has to engage in this. Thank you.
Thank you. And that was our last speaker.
Thank you. Any comments from the council? Councilmember McLaughlin.
Yes, I just want to thank everyone who is working on this, who is advocating for it. I know going back a number of years, I remember Community Violence Solutions was working on this, and maybe there are folks from CVS that are still working on this, but all the groups that are working on it and the neighbors. And to block off the streets, I know the vice mayor and I were just putting our heads together and saying we need to waive those fees. So that's something that we could discuss at a future council meeting. But this is something that needs to be addressed, and I thank you all. And I thank the vice mayor and Councilmember Willis for providing this proclamation.
Councilmember Bonner.
Thank you. I've been briefly reporting that I've been working in collaboration with the Latina Center, the Police Department, and the Family Justice Center on violence against women, and human trafficking has been one of those issues. I'm glad to report that two of the people who attended the first meeting are DA attorneys who are working with us, providing suggestions. I'm going to make the reports of the meetings public, and we'll ask for your suggestions and collaboration. For example, I reported last time one of the things they brought up was educating people at a younger age so they recognize different forms of violence and just bring different culture. And we're collaborating with both the district attorney office, who brought the suggestion, and West Contra Costa Unified School District, specifically De Anza High, to have a curriculum, a pilot project in this regard. Other things are happening. I'll keep you posted and we'll provide reports to you. Thank you. Oh, by the way, if you're interested, I'll be happy. If you have any suggestions, I'll be happy to receive your suggestions.
If there are no other comments, next item.
Our next item is open forum, and this is an opportunity for the public to give public comment on items that remain on the consent calendar or items that are not on the agenda. You are limited to 2 minutes. We ask that you please keep your comments respectful. We will call the in-house speakers first, and then we'll move to speakers that are joining us online. Please raise your hand at this time. Speakers in-house include Jane Dean McGilpin, Mark Wasberg, Rick Perez, Patricia Perez, Emiliano Torres, and Irena D. Della Mora. Jane Dean McGilpin, please come forward. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, I was, first of all, thank you for the opportunity. I am a homeowner in Hilltop Green here in Richmond. In March of 2023, I stood here and spoke in support of a project that was on the agenda that night for an emergency exit for our neighborhood. We have 521 households in Hilltop Green with a single point of entrance and exit. We were designated in 2022 as a very high risk for wildfires because of our location, beautiful. At that time, 10 months ago, you all voted in favor of the emergency exit project pending a few steps. Since that time, 10 months ago, the fire chiefs of Richmond and Pinole left, and there's been a transition, so I understand that probably negatively impacted any sort of progress that was being made. However, we still remain at a very high risk for wildfires. We have only one way out, and that way has been blocked twice in recent history, once due to a brush fire and once due to a fallen tree last winter with the rains. There are no alternatives for us except what the plan that was submitted and you approved 10 months ago. There's nowhere that we could drive anywhere except in the back of the property. I'm asking you to consider the more than 1,500 lives. We're your constituents. We matter. We need an emergency exit. Thank you for your time.
Mark Wasberg.
This human trafficking is called prostitution. These women know what they're doing. They're good at it, and they make a lot of money. They're not forced to do this. Majority of the prostitutes are not forced to do this. Some of them are runaways. Some of them don't have a place to live, so what they get hooked up with organized crime. The prostitutes you see on 23rd Street are not 18, 19 years old. They're adults, full-grown adults, probably around about 23, 24, in their 30s. I mean, what are you going to do? I mean, they're selling a product that we want, that men want. But, it, you know, like I say, organized crime has a big foot in it. Like I said, you got runaways. People, these girls, they run away. They have nowhere to go. They get hooked up with organized crime. They get hooked up with their pimps. And what happens? Then they come crying to law enforcement. Oh, look what she's doing. She's doing this and she's doing that. Well, it's a shame what they're doing. But you got to realize most of them are doing it on their own free will. Sure, they get mixed up in drugs and stuff, but they have nothing else to do. I mean, actually in San Francisco, a council member passed a law that it was okay for prostitutes to hang out on the street. That's why they had so much problems out in Oakland. Look it up for yourself. I admit, 20 years ago, I picked up on a hoe. I paid her 20 bucks. She was good at it. I said, what a pretty woman like you doing doing a profession like this here. She goes, I'm making money. I can make more money doing this than I can punching in a time clock. You know, it's sad for these women to do it. You know, I admire these women, what they're doing, try to stop this thing. But face it, it's the oldest profession in the world, and it's not going to stop.
Rick Perez.
Hi, I missed last week's meeting and where you guys were talking about the low crime rates and stuff and commending the police for some of it. It's kind of ironic, though, that last time, a few years ago, the police did the same thing, and then the next day, crime rate went up. What happened here just the other day, the first murder in Richmond just happened. I'm grateful that the police caught the person or got a suspect or whatever, and it's all good. I'm not a hater on the police, but I do not hold back on calling them out. But I will say, I think I told you guys recently my pickup truck was stolen. I got it back in a couple of days, and I'm grateful for that. And then just more recently, the people who stole it were booted out of the dead-end street where my business is, and by the police, which I think it was at my request, and that was good. Just this last Sunday, there was a cop out there watching these guys that they were tracking a stolen car, and I'm grateful for that as well. Right as soon as you left, 3 minutes later, the guy comes shooting out of the dead end, and he just missed him. But they're down there all day, and again, in a perfect world, we wouldn't have all this crime and stuff. We wouldn't need all these police out there doing this stuff. But it just keeps going. And one thing I wanted to point out, this young man cop, he was a little high-strung, and that kind of scares me because he could make a bad decision real quick. Thank you.
Patricia Perez.
Cultural competency training is a long time coming. It is a new, in-depth cultural training program to ensure that every officer, new or seasoned officer, will receive the necessary education and skills to engage with all community members compassionately and respectfully. Cultural competency is defined as the ability of an individual to understand and respect values, attitudes, beliefs, and mores that are different across cultures and consider and respond appropriately to these differences. Police can learn by getting to know the communities of their responsibility. Their training includes the story of age 24 P.D. Perez, who was killed by a Richmond police officer in 2014. Richmond and its police departments have an opportunity to set an example to other law enforcement agencies. If the police learn about the neighborhoods, hopefully they will not kill unarmed people going forward. Thank you.
Emiliano Torres. You can begin.
Okay. I can start now? Yeah, okay, well, hello, good night. I'm here to communicate my concerns when it comes to crime here. I've lived here my whole life, and I've noticed crime increasing in Oakland, and San Francisco has never been worse than what it is right now. And I've noticed that slowly the Oakland crime has been coming over here, and I'm getting fed up with the slap on the wrist, and I'm asking for your help to communicate to county supervisors and people higher above for our concerns. My father's truck was stolen last month. 2 weeks prior to that, his window was broken. And it has continued growing, and this progressive use when, slaps on the wrist and mass incarceration is just, it's BS. This crime is continuing to grow, and it's a concern. I've communicated with the district attorney, and they say that the defendant, all he has to do is to say that he doesn't have any money, pretty much, and so it's hard to get reparations, and on top of that, this person is an immigrant, so I'm questioning why is he not getting deported? 10, 15 years ago, somebody committed a crime and they weren't a citizen, they would get deported. So I'm asking for you guys' help to communicate to, like I said, to higher above people, because, like I said, Oakland is really dangerous right now. People are getting mugged in the downtown, in plain light of day. A body was found in Lake Merritt. Here in El Cerrito, I was walking in the morning and somebody crashed into a smoke shop. And yeah, crime is continuing to increase, and what are we waiting for it to happen to homes when there's no businesses left? Thank you.
Okay, our next speaker is Irania Del La Mora. This is our last in-house speaker, and we have one speaker online.
Hello, good evening. I'm glad you guys have this. It's a good opportunity for people to practice their First Amendment, freedom of speech, right, in America. Also, the election is coming soon, and I said this last time as well. I would greatly appreciate if you guys would be more, have more advocacy for the citizens of Richmond, have more opportunities, getting them ready for voting, because it is in March 5th, And I would like also some more support, with making my choices to vote. So if you guys could, I don't know, whatever you guys feel comfortable doing regarding voting and however you would like to advocate that, I'm greatly sure you guys have experience in that. You are part of City Hall, so I would assume there'd be some experience for you guys advocating that. And then also what I wanted to say is blocking the streets, I understand the concern, but as the average citizen that is going through it financially, not a lot of people have time to come to these meetings because, they have to work. Some people work 2 full-time jobs because this is a very expensive city to live in. That's the reality. Unless you're greatly privileged and you have a 6-figure job or you make over $70K, which is not the reality for most people living in Richmond that are minorities and don't have adequate education to get the jobs they deserve because they are hard workers. So leaving the streets open for average people to go to work is very important. I would, and also maybe these ladies are selling their bodies on the street because they can't get a job, because the economy, I don't know if you've noticed, has been pretty bad all over America since COVID. So we could be open to that reality that finances are not good right now for average people, right? And then the last time I was here too, I said how I'd like you guys to have more events to get the community involved and for more entrepreneurs to be able to practice their businesses or advocate their businesses or perform for artists that want to be artists around Richmond, to get the community more involved, get to know each other, more opportunities for entrepreneurs to make some money. Because jobs right now, reality, for the average person, it's not good. And I don't know if you guys are aware of that, but I just want to make you all aware. Thank you.
Thank you.
And the next speaker is Philip Rosenthal. Please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Hello, everybody, and Happy New Year. I just wanted to make a very respectful request for the city clerk, who does an amazing job at conducting these meetings. At the last meeting, I had 5 neighbors who wanted to speak on a specific agenda item, and they were a bit confused about when they were supposed to raise their hand on that specific item. So I respectfully request if the clerk could maybe even repeat or just be quite clear as to when she would like us to raise our hands on each specific item to make sure that people are on Zoom are quite clear as to when the time to raise their hand is. I also would like to reiterate that I think we have an absolute gem, several absolute gems in the clerk's department. But this is something that I think sometimes we assume people know when to raise their hands and they might be a little confused. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And that was our last speaker.
I can do that.
Thank you. Next item.
Our next item is the approval of the consent calendar.
All right. Do we have a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve the consent calendar as is.
Okay, motion.
Second.
Okay, motion by Cepeda, second by
Robinson.
Robinson.
Okay.
Roll call.
Councilmember Bonner,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Jimenez,
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin,
Yes.
Councilmember Robinson,
Yes.
Councilmember Willis is absent. Councilmember Zepeda
Yes.
and Mayor Martinez.
Yes.
The motion passes with Councilmember Willis absent.
So then on to the study and action items. Can you read the first item?
Yes, our first item under study and action session is to receive a presentation from Contra Costa County Elections Division, Contra Costa County Recorder Registrar Kristen Connolly regarding new procedures for the upcoming presidential primary election. And if anyone is joining us online, please raise your hand if you would like to speak on this item.
Excellent. Thanks so much. Can you guys hear me okay in the chamber?
Yes.
Yes.
Terrific. Thank you so much for allowing me to have some time on your council agenda. I know that time is precious, and I have to compliment that the city of Richmond is the first place I have spoken where a public comment was asking the city council members for more information about the March 5th primary. So that is exciting to see, and my goal here tonight is to make sure that you, Mayor Martinez, Vice Mayor Jimenez, and council members all have the information you need to help your residents get their vote counted. And so there's some sense of urgency in getting in front of every council tonight. So I will actually be presenting to you virtually. I will be presenting to the city of Antioch tonight because as I speak to you, we are only 42 days away from election day. And in the election world, that means it's T-minus 42. So if you could go ahead and start my slide presentation. I think ACRT does that. That'd be great. So the first and last slides in my presentation have my contact information. So please, council members, feel free to reach out to me or members of the public if you want more information or you have suggestions or or if you'd like anyone from our staff to give a presentation to any community group about what I'm covering tonight or about other items of need. So please keep that in mind. Go to the next slide. So anytime I'm speaking, I do talk about the statutory responsibilities that we have, which are to conduct elections in a fair, efficient, accurate, and timely manner. We provide services to maintain a high level of voter registration and to ensure that all eligible citizens can register to vote and are able to exercise their right to vote according to both federal and state law and regulation. So during my first year in office, I certainly heard that there was a desire for our office to engage in more outreach and to be out in the community more. So part of this effort is I'm getting before all 19 cities and town councils to enlist your help. We are just a staff of 30 full-time employees. Actually, recently we were authorized for 2 more, which is exciting. But you know the residents of Richmond best as the members of the city council, and I'm hoping that you can help us get the word out because the March 5th presidential primary, according to my counterparts around the state, will be the most complex election in California history. And that's because it's the first time that we are mailing a ballot to all registered voters during a partisan primary. But I'll get to more of that in a second. Next slide. In addition to the elections work we do, 50 of our 80 full-time employees work in the clerk recorder division, which touches on important life events of the residents of Contra Costa. We issue birth certificates, marriage licenses, we perform wedding ceremonies, we issue death certificates, and also record important documents related to property transactions. And so we maintain the public record for the county. So it's just something I always like to point out. Next slide. So I wanted to give you a snapshot of a little bit about the recognition that our office as an elections department has received recently. We are just one of 16 jurisdictions across the country to be selected as a Center for Elections Excellence. And that came with $2 million of grant money that's allowing us to do important things. We are going to be launching a campaign to improve trust in elections. We've made major cyber investments. And there's going to be other ways that we're able to augment what it is that our office does as we serve the public in providing safe, secure elections. We also have been instrumental in leading an 11-county coalition of Bay Area, Greater Bay Area, really it goes from San Benito up to Sonoma counties, although San Francisco hasn't joined us yet. I'm working on that. But there's a coalition of Bay Area elections officials that got stood up to fight dis, and malinformation. And our office received a democracy award from the National Association of Elections Officials in 2022 for this work. So you can check out information about that at bayareavotes.org. But again, we're seeking to fight dis, and malinformation. I should also note that all the elections staff in our office is bound by a code of conduct, ensuring that everything about our behavior is nonpartisan, and that we do everything that we can to build trust and confidence in the elections process. Next slide. So to understand what our office does at the full county level, I wanted to provide you with some numbers. So we have just under 705,000 registered voters. Since we started in 2020 during the COVID pandemic, mailing a ballot to every registered voter, about 90 to 95% of ballots are cast with our vote by mail ballots. About half of those come in through our secure drop boxes around the county, and half of that comes back through the United States Postal Service. Again, you don't need to put postage on your ballots to send them in. Clearly, the residents of Contra Costa appreciate the convenience of voting by mail. Since with that shift, our office moved to a central count model in 2022 in order to use our fastest, most reliable tallying equipment in order to count all the ballots, which has actually saved 2 weeks of staff time from our office in terms of testing and setting up the counting equipment at all the polling places. We don't have to do that anymore, and it's also cut down on the largest number of questions at polling places. So again, we're authorized for just now 32 full-time employees. We recently got authorization for 2 diversity, equity, and inclusion election specialists to help us serve underregistered and underserved communities in our county, including justice-involved individuals and language residents whose first language is not English. And so we're very excited about that. But we're very leanly staffed. By contrast, Santa Clara County has just 400,000 more registered voters, but they have 3 times the permanent staff that we do. So we're proud that we make the taxpayer dollar go far in our office. And again, the partisan primary on March 5th, just 42 days away, is the first time we're mailing a ballot to everyone in a partisan primary. Next slide, please. So let's talk about Richmond. So Richmond currently has 58,143 registered voters. That's 8.3% of the county total. We have 69 precincts serving your voters. And then on this slide, it indicates what the partisan breakdown of the registration of your voters are. And the reason that I've highlighted the no party preference voters, so you have 20.7% of your residents are no party preference voters. And I'm asking for your help in getting the word out to those voters in particular that unless they take a step, they will not receive a ballot with presidential candidates on it for March 5th. So I'm going to go into those details a little bit in a second. I did want to let you know that we're thrilled that 93 volunteers from Richmond have committed to help us with the presidential primary. There are more volunteers who haven't yet confirmed their assignment. So if you're listening out there, please do that with our office. And just for your own information, in the last general election in November of 2022, the highest turnout for in-person voting in the city of Richmond was at St. Callistus Church. There were 340 voters who voted on election day at that polling location. And just on a note about polling places, Contra Costa continues to be what's called a polling place county. We'll be deploying 147 polling places on March 5th. And that's in addition to the regional early voting sites that are opening as of March 1st. Next slide. So another word about no party preference voters. On this slide is the image of the postcard that we sent to the 156,000 voters in Contra Costa that are no party preference voters. And so explaining to them what their choices were about how to participate in the presidential primary if they would like. And the reason that it's a little confusing is that the political parties themselves get to set the rules about who gets to participate among non-members. So there are 3 parties, and that includes the Democratic Party, their Libertarian Party, and the American Independent Party. Those 3 parties allow what's called crossover voting. That means that someone who is not in a political party, an NPP voter, can request that our office send them a ballot for those 3 parties, again, Democratic Party, American Independent, or Libertarian. And that NPP voter will be able to vote for the presidential candidates and the party committees on that ballot. So that's those 3 parties. There are 3 other parties with different rules. Any NPP voter that's interested in voting for the Republican Party, the Green Party, or the Peace and Freedom Party has to re-register to vote as a member of that particular party in order to vote on the list of presidential candidates and party committee members for those parties. I'll pause and say it again. Again, it's the Republican Party, the Peace and Freedom Party, and the Green Party require folks to register for that. The deadline in order to have everything work very smoothly on election day is February 20th. So please let our office know and take the steps you need to in order to re-register. You can find out there's at our website right now, which is contracostavote.gov. There's an immediate pop-up that is trying to identify and speak to those no party preference voters and walks you through that. I'm happy to send a link to you as council members. I recorded a special episode about no party preference voting with the Santa Clara County Registrar of Voters office, and I'm happy to distribute that out if it's helpful to explain it to folks. I wish it weren't so complicated, but that's what we're dealing with. In addition, you should note that with a state legislative change, we actually are putting instructions on the no party preference ballot. So if the NPP voters don't get back to us with that postcard, if they take no action, they will receive a ballot with no presidential candidates, but that will have instruction about how they can request a crossover ballot or how they can re-register in order to participate. So we really are making every possible effort to take care of, make sure that everyone gets to vote the ballot that they want to. And so we go to the next slide. Here's some key dates I want you all to be aware of. So at E-40, just 2 days away now for us, you can begin to start looking for the voter information guides, which will be mailed. So that's the county voter information guide that we produce about all the local measures and about all the local candidates that are on the ballot. And so that is produced in 3 languages, English, Spanish, and traditional Chinese, as required under federal law. And so those should be hitting mailboxes. Ideally, they arrive before the ballots. So the next major milestone on this slide is E-29. 29 days before the election, February 5th, you can look for ballots coming your way. We actually are, from our ballot printer, we are anticipating that those will be going into the mail stream on February 2nd. So it's entirely possible that some of your voters will get them on February 3rd, but we do anticipate that they will be out no later than February 5th. So that's when early in-person voting begins at our office in Martinez, right? So it's at 555 Escobar. and that has the ballot marking devices. We also have the opportunity to assist voters who have various challenges with their senses, whether they're hearing impaired or sight impaired. We're happy to walk through, make sure that the in-person voting experience is good for all voters that walk through our door. You'll note that we have E-15, February 19th is the last day to register online if you haven't received your ballot. So you can email ballots@vote.cccounty.us or call our office at 925-335-7800. Then as we move ahead to just 4 days before the election, 5 early voting sites open. And so that happens, right? We have voting on Friday, Saturday, Monday, and Election Day. So we really try to make it as easy as possible to cast your vote. And then Election Day is Tuesday, March 5th. That is the ballot postmark deadline by law. We must count. You'll see that last thing is E+7. The drop dead deadline for us to receive ballots that get counted is 7 days after Election Day, March 12th. So those are some of the key timelines. Next slide. I have a couple of slides here about how you can support elections as elected officials yourself. Anything you can do to communicate to your residents what I'm sharing with you tonight and to reinforce elections information coming from our office is greatly appreciated. If you have, newsletters, if you any way that you can get the word out, we're happy to share content with you that is helpful to get the word out. Again, for the March primary, NPP voters need to let us know if they would like a crossover ballot that allows them to vote in the partisan primary, or if they want to re-register for any of those other 3 parties. We'd love you to encourage high school students to become student poll workers. You only need to be 16. You can be a high school student as long as you get permission from your principal and your parents to participate. But we're also working very closely with all the campuses of the Contra Costa Community College District. So had another meeting with the Chancellor, Chancellor Metazada last week on the importance of our partnerships between our offices. Another way you can support elections, next slide, is to generally be an ambassador for registering new voters year-round. And you can also support California High School Voter Education Weeks, the last 2 weeks of April and September. We send staff from our office out to dozens of high schools across the county. If you would like to join our staff on those campuses to support that effort, we would love your participation. So please let me know. I also wanted to highlight that in this year, the California Secretary of State, Dr. Shirley Weber, intends to highlight the theme of the 60th anniversary of Fannie Lou Hamer's "I'm so sick and tired of being sick and tired" speech that she gave as a way of reminding Californians of the connection between the civil rights movement and the right to vote, in hopes of driving up the turnout, the participation rates among Californians. So we will be amplifying those messages from the Secretary of State. You can check out our website and follow us on social media, contracostavote.gov. Next slide. This slide here actually has QR codes to our Instagram and to our TikTok. Yes, we actually have a TikTok page, and I'll talk about why in a second. But you can see all of our social media handles on this slide. Young people are a demographic that is personal. It's one of the goals I had in running for this office, and certainly now that I've been in this role, we want to reach voters 18 to 24. And because unfortunately the turnout trends are not heading in the right direction. So we'll go to as you'll see on the next slide. You look at California's youth vote, and you can see that the turnout rate in 2014 was 10.3, and then we saw a great increase in 2018 among the youth turnout, 30.3%. But then we headed in the wrong direction in 2022. It declined. We want to see that turn around. So that's one of the reasons we're on TikTok. We will try to reach young voters where they are and try to amplify that information. If you have suggestions for me or my office about that, please let me know. And one thing that's great about the additional resources coming our way from Measure X with these 2 additional positions is that we are going to have some limited program funds to partner with nonprofit organizations to help us with this. So looking forward to, exploring what's possible there. Next slide. Shifting gears a little bit, I did just want to emphasize that as the registrar of voters, I take the safety of our employees and overall the safety of our voters in our election and our poll workers very seriously, with some of the very well documented threatening behavior that's happened around the country. Unfortunately, there's a real need for a successful partnership between elections officials and law enforcement. There's a nonprofit that started called the Committee for Safe and Secure Elections, and what they offer just really helpful advice for both elections officials and law enforcement to have a successful relationship. The 5-step plan, which is sort of best practice, is highlighted on this slide. And we went ahead and took advantage of the fact that we had a no cost to our office. We had 2 people, a retired sheriff and a retired elections official, come out. Again, this is a nonpartisan group. Come out and do a tabletop exercise for my staff. Our elections division staff, as well as some clerk recorder staff, joined us for a field trip to the Sheriff's Emergency Operations Center. And I was so grateful to have enough law enforcement from around the community, including the local FBI elections crimes special agents, based in San Francisco, join us. And so having law enforcement in those conversations really helped our staff get the most out of the tabletop discussions that we had about potential scenarios involving, unsafe things coming in the mail, involving, potential AI exploits. And so we are doing everything that we can to be prepared. And I have an update that'll be going out later this week through the Police Chiefs Association of Contra Costa, and getting the word out with an updated explanation of what the changes in California election code that law enforcement needs to be aware of, as well as some of our asks in order to help the election be as safe and secure and successful for our residents as possible. So with that, I will just, if you go to the next slide, it just has my contact information, but I will leave it there and just open it up for any questions or comments that you might have. And I'm just so grateful for the time to be with you.
Thank you so much. Councilmember Willis.
Thank you for the presentation and being here today. The only question that I had, unless I missed it, in case somebody wants to check their voter registration information to make sure it's updated or they're the right party preference, did you share that information on how somebody could do that?
Yeah, you can. There's a lookup tool on our website, again, contracostavote.gov. There also is a lookup on the Secretary of State's website, but yeah, we try to make that as easy as possible. And then what you do is you select elections once you go to the contracostavote.gov, and it's accessible, I think, with just one more click.
Okay, and the last thing I'll say is good job having a TikTok page, but just as a warning, in 10 years, you're gonna have to follow a new craze, so just be ready.
Right, we always have to be evolving. I mean, the election code changes, we have to stay on top of that. We have to be responsive and make sure we're getting that information out there to folks. I will highlight, actually, Councilmember Willis, you did give me, makes me remember something I wanted to mention. There's a couple changes to California election law I wanted you to be aware of. The first is there's a requirement for us to have new signage at all polling places that lets voters with disabilities know how to contact someone inside the polling place for us to bring the opportunity to vote out to the vehicle, so that person with disabilities does not have to make their way, although all of our polling places have to be ADA accessible. But that's just one more way in order to make voting easier for folks. Also, there is a new law that allows voters who have voted on their vote by mail ballot to turn it in at a polling place without the envelope. So there's some steps our poll workers have to go through in order to make that happen. But we have some procedures in place to make sure that that works. So there are always things we need to adapt to.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Councilmember Bana.
Thank you, Christine. I appreciate the presentation and the information. Quick question for you. The 2 new employees for diversity, when are they going to start their work?
Well, as with all things in the county, there's some hoops we have to jump through. So we're in the phase of creating the detailed job descriptions in collaboration with HR and in collaboration with the new co-directors of the Office of Racial Justice and Social Equity, Peter Kim and Kendra Carr. And so we're going to try to get through that process as quickly as possible. But realistically, we're not going to have someone on staff until after the certification of the March election, but certainly in time to begin to make an impact before the general.
Excellent. Thank you.
I'm happy to share those job descriptions with all of you, because I would love to, love your help in identifying someone, two people for these positions, because we have high expectations.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor Jimenez?
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. I just want a little bit data about primary versus general election. Do you know what is the percentage of voters in primaries versus general elections?
Yeah, Vice Mayor Jimenez, typically the pattern is that the turnout for primaries is significantly lower than in the general election. I hope that's not true for March 5th. I wish that were not to be true, but whereas, you can expect turnout closer to 60-65% in a general election, we would be incredibly surprised, lucky, happy, pick your adjective, if we were to break a 40% participation. But I would love every Contra Costa resident who's eligible to turn out, vote, and have really high participation. But
yeah, can
I'm
you
happy
give
to
us
get you the historical data. Sure.
Yeah, the historical data will be great. Thank you.
Yeah, we typically have that in some of the different publications that we put out for candidates running for office. And so, yeah, I'll be able to send that over to you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Councilmember Cepeda.
Kristen, great to see you, and great presentation. I'm sharing a lot of these slides with other colleagues. A couple of questions. One, for the no party preference, I had heard that when people were getting their ID or license, as now in California, when you get your ID or license, you're automatically registered to vote, that they were automatically registering you as no party preference, and you had to do another step to register with one of the parties. Do you know if that's being fixed going forward?
Yeah, so just to clarify, it is essentially automatic voter registration, but you do actually, there is a step that you have to take. It's not, there are proposals to actually make it so that people have to opt out. But anyway, I don't want to get into those details, but there was this realization that we were getting higher numbers of no party preference voters than actually reflected the will of the people, because in how the DMV set up the system, it did require, most people would just select the default to be done with that screen, and the default was no party preference. So and I have to admit, I haven't tested this lately, but supposedly they have rectified that situation, and you're able to select a party in one step. And so the hope is that the registrations coming through the DMV will more accurately reflect the wishes. And it's in process, and so it's not, it's too soon to know, to see how the data has shifted, but I'm happy to continue to follow up with you, because that's certainly something on the minds of all of us, because we have registration numbers that have gone way up, but we haven't converted those voters, those registrations into votes yet in general. And so it's a population that I want to really think about how to reach. And it could be that part of it is that they got registered in the wrong party and that there's frustration there. So I really hope it's something that we fix.
And thank you, Kristen. And I just want to thank Ms. Kristen here for bringing this item up. It is very important. And as Kristen, I don't know if you heard, one of our residents that was here in public speaking a couple minutes before the presentation was actually asking about more voter information. So hopefully this helps a little bit.
This is not what I was asking for.
Well, hopefully helps a little bit getting the word out there some more. But Kristen, thank you so much. That's it for my questions. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much.
Okay, I'd like to open the floor to public comment.
We do not have any requests to address the council.
In that case, any comments from the council? Having none, we'll move on to the next item. Thank you.
Thanks, Kristen. Our
Thank you
next
so much.
item is item Q3, and is to receive a presentation from Nabilia Shear Oliver, Alcohol, Marijuana, and Prescription Drug Coalition Coordinator, and provide direction to staff regarding proposed social host policy and timing for council considerations and recommendations.
Can we have the slide deck up, please?
Slides, please.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, and city staff. I'm Maria, a student at El Cerrito High School. I'm excited to be here with you today to discuss the importance of social host ordinances. With me today are Chris Resendiz, who is also from El Cerrito High School, and a Richmond resident. Nabila Sher Oliver, the AMP Coalition Coordinator, and Arwa Asif, the Coordinator for the West County Alcohol Policy Coalition. Next slide, please. While alcohol is a legal substance for adults, its impact on teens can be destructive. The teenage brain is still developing, and alcohol can disrupt this process, leading to impaired cognitive functions, memory problems, and poor decision-making. Just as important, alcohol consumption among teens is strongly associated with a higher risk of accidents, injuries, and risky behaviors. This can put teens at risk for physical and sexual violence, alcohol poisoning, and increased risk of suicide. Youth who consume alcohol regularly are more likely to miss school, experience academic performance decline, and have feelings of isolation. Not to mention, early alcohol use opens the door to potential alcohol addiction later in life. Unfortunately, in West County, 1 in 9 youth under the age of 12 report having consumed alcohol. Next slide, please. While discussions surrounding the legalization and decriminalization of cannabis have become more prevalent in recent years, it is essential that we do not overlook the potential harm it can cause to teens like me. As noted earlier, the brain is not fully developed until the mid-20s. Research has repeatedly shown that cannabis use during adolescence can have detrimental consequences. This includes impairing cognitive functions, cognitive development, increasing the risk of mental health disorders such as anxiety and depression, and negatively impacting academic performance. Teens who use cannabis are 3 times more likely to develop symptoms of schizophrenia as an adult. Additionally, early cannabis use has been linked to an increased likelihood of substance abuse later in life. Here in West County, 26% of youth report having used cannabis. Furthermore, 14% of teens at WCCUSD schools report that kids at their school get cannabis from parties. Next slide, please.
So what is social host? Social host ordinances are laws that prohibit parties where kids and teens drink alcohol beverages and use substances like cannabis. The use takes place regardless of who's providing these substances. Enacting local ordinances like a social host sends a clear message to parents, adults, and youth that allowing underage drinking to occur on their properties or residence is inappropriate and illegal. Next slide, please. A social host ordinance gives law enforcement a powerful new tool to combat underage drinking. Social host ordinances work. National studies show that they are associated with the reduction of drinking and driving, binge drinking, and other problems related to underage alcohol and cannabis use. Next slide, please. Okay. According to the Richmond Police Department, there were 452 party calls from January 2022 to December 2022 in the city of Richmond. A social host ordinance would act as a deterrent and would reduce alcohol and cannabis use among youth, as well as DUIs and calls of service to our police department. In lieu of a fine, we are recommending a diversion program for violators. The city of Hayward has already successfully implemented a diversion program to their social host ordinance. Hayward shares a similar population and demographic to Richmond. Next slide, please.
A social host ordinance's effectiveness in curbing underage drinking and substance abuse varies depending on several factors, including the enforcement of these ordinances, community awareness, cultural norms. Research suggests that when these ordinances are strictly enforced and coupled with public education campaigns, they can have a positive impact by reducing the incidences of underage drinking and its associated harms. In 2009, data was collected from 50 California cities related to their social host ordinance. The study showed that local SHOs that have strict penalties are associated with less frequent underage drinking in private settings, particularly among adolescents who have already started using alcohol. Overall, social host ordinances can be a valuable tool in promoting responsible hosting practices and protecting the well-being of youth. Next slide, please. As social host ordinances have been found to be effective in preventing youth substance abuse in California, various jurisdictions have implemented social host ordinances. This map shows some, but not all, of the jurisdictions that have implemented a social host ordinances. These jurisdictions include some of our biggest cities in California, like Los Angeles, San Diego, and San Jose. Other cities and counties close to home have passed these ordinances as well, like Pittsburgh, Novato, San Rafael, Orinda, Dublin, Contra Costa County, and Solano County. Enforcement of these specific provisions may vary from one jurisdiction to another, but the overarching goal remains the same: protecting the well-being of youth and reducing the harms associated with underage drinking and drug use. Next slide, please.
So the following data is from a community survey that we conducted in Richmond in 2019, and we'd like to share some of the findings with you. So next slide, please. So we found that of the adults we surveyed, 69% think that youth access alcohol from parties, and 67% think they access it from a friend's home. Both of these environments can fall under the jurisdiction of a social host ordinance. Next slide, please. So when asked where adults think that youth acquire cannabis, 83% attribute access towards friends of the youth. 69% of adults think cannabis is accessed from parties or friends' homes. 44% of adults believe another adult is responsible for providing youth with cannabis. And again, these are environments that can be under a jurisdiction of a social host ordinance. Next slide, please. So these next 4 slides are focused on alcohol and cannabis policy questions that we asked in the survey. 67% of adults agree when asked if they believe that the consequences for adults who provide alcohol to minors are weak and enforced inconsistently. Next slide, please. And when asked the same question in regards to cannabis, 63% of adults agree that consequences for providing cannabis to minors are inconsistently enforced. Next slide, please. When asked if they would support alcohol policy measures to prevent underage alcohol usage, 85% of adults agreed. Next slide, please. And similarly, when asked if they would support a local policy to prevent underage cannabis use, 84% of adults agreed. So as we can see from these findings, a majority of adults in Richmond would be in support of a social host ordinance. Next slide, please.
Social host ordinances are legal regulations aimed at curbing underage drinking and substance abuse by holding hosts accountable for events where minors are provided with alcohol or drugs. West County residents have noted that they are broadly in support of policies that hold adults who provide alcohol or drugs to minors responsible for the action. Now it is up to you, the council members, to take action and enact a social host ordinance that protects the youth of our city. Thank you.
Do we have any questions from the council? Councilmember Willis.
Well, first, before my questions, thank you, Councilmember Bana, for bringing this forward. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for bringing it up on the agenda so the youth aren't hanging out with us all night.
Thank you.
The main question that I had is just ahead, I'm definitely supportive of this direction and getting something together. When I read the agenda report, the first question that came to mind is, where are the gaps in the state? Because I know anywhere, at least passing by a liquor store, you see some of those prohibited signs like "Do not buy alcohol for youth. It is illegal, and you'll be subject to accountability." So where have the gaps been in the state law, or basically, how do you think this is going to complement this even more? Which I can see how, but wanted to ask that question.
Yeah, so the state laws, obviously, you know, like you said, when you go to any stores, it says that, you know, providing alcohol for minors is prohibited. But the thing that's happening is that we're finding is a lot of young people are saying that they're getting it from their homes or their friends' homes. So it's not necessarily they're going out there and buying alcohol themselves or having other people buy it for them. It's readily available to them. It's accessible to them in their homes and at parties and stuff like that. So that's what we found through research.
Yeah, no, that hurts my brain. I mean, we're going to punish people for buying it outside of the store, but we're not already looking at people providing it at home. Well, this is a great direction to go in, and, you know, thank y'all for being here and presenting this, because trust me, I'm an El Cerrito Gaucho too, and when I was going to El Cerrito, I wasn't going to be doing this at all. So thank you for being brave and presenting, and it was very clear, and glad you guys were here tonight.
Thank you so much.
Any other, Vice Mayor Jimenez?
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. I have some couple of questions about the data that you presented. The survey that you presented, how many participants were?
The last part of the presentation? That was over 100 Richmond residents that we surveyed. We were trying to collect more surveys, but unfortunately COVID happened and everything went under lockdown soon after that, and we weren't able to be out in the community and participate in a lot of the fairs and festivals that are in Richmond, where we, you know, use that time to survey people who are at those events. So unfortunately, we weren't able to collect more surveys, but as you can see, just even surveying over 100 plus people, 85% of them agree that the law, you know, that there needs to be more enforcement when it comes to underage alcohol and substance use.
So, and that was adults or?
Yes.
So,
Yeah, we surveyed all adults.
One of the things that you also mentioned is like that they were like 452 party calls for the police. How many of them they had youth under the age?
Yeah, so
do you have
unfortunately,
any
they don't.
information about
I
that?
did ask that when I was getting that data, and unfortunately, they don't categorize that. They just looked up party calls. So if it's 452 party calls, even if 100 of them where young people were present and consuming alcohol and other drugs, that's still too many, right? So 450, that's a lot of party calls. That's a lot of resources from our police department that's being, you know, being called out to something like that. And I think having a social host ordinance would act as a deterrent, letting them know that, hey, this is not okay. This is now, there's consequences to this for parents, other adults, and young people as well.
Assuming that most of these are the parties that you are talking about, but assuming that, like, we don't know yet.
Yeah, they
okay.
didn't categorize it. They just
Okay,
categorized
so
as
we don't
party
know yet.
calls.
So
So yeah, it just means that a party got out of hand and law enforcement was called to it. It was
So-
an unruly party.
One of the slides you said that this policy will work if there is a strict liability and civil penalties. What will be the enforcement mechanism for this kind of thing?
So what we would like to do, because a lot of other cities give fines to violators, And what we would like to do is, we're all about prevention and education, right? And so what we would like to do, if there's somebody is violating, obviously, there's a call for service, a police officer would go, they would be cited. But instead of giving them a fine or giving a misdemeanor and having something on their record, what we would prefer to do is have a diversion program that they would attend 3 to 6 hours, letting them know the harmful effects of alcohol and cannabis use among young people, why it's not okay as an adult to provide these substances to young people. So I think a lot of the times what happens is the prevention and education is lacking, where we need to provide that for them. And obviously, if somebody does it more than once, then of course there need to be stricter consequences, but we just didn't want to flat out, just give people fines or put something on their records and before educating them.
So do you have any data about if this education versus the strict liability and civil penalties, how?
I don't have that data in front of me, but I can get that to you.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
The Councilmember McLaughlin.
Do you have any data as to whether or not having an ordinance like this actually makes young people make more informed decisions? We want our youth to make informed decisions about alcohol and drug use. But do you have any data about whether or not an ordinance to this effect actually helps them make better decisions in their life?
Yeah, so there was a study that was done for over 50 states that do have a social host ordinance, and the report basically was that it did serve as a deterrent for young people and for adults who might have provided that for them. So if you know that it's a crime, hopefully you're not doing it. But I can look in to see if there's more data regarding that. But we did look up a study of 50 states that did see how effective a social host ordinance was, and they were saying that it is overwhelmingly effective in deterring underage alcohol and cannabis use.
Yeah, so I think I would want to see more data. Thank you.
Okay.
Councilmember Robinson.
So I guess I'm wondering, isn't it already illegal for adults to provide alcohol and drugs to kids in their homes or elsewhere?
Yeah, so it is already illegal, and we're hoping that people know that, you're not supposed to provide alcohol and other drugs to young people, but unfortunately, a lot of adults do it. And when they do it in the privacy of their own home or, at a party or anything like that, nothing's happening, and that's why we want to have a social host ordinance where it's clearly said that, hey, this is not okay. It doesn't matter if you're having a party at your house in the privacy of your own home. If you're providing alcohol and other substances to young people, this is not okay, and there's consequences to that.
I guess it doesn't make sense to me if it's already illegal and the police are being called to a home, then the police have, it's illegal, there's an illegal thing happening, then the police should enforce, yes? I guess I'm not understanding why we need an additional law when we already have a law.
Well, it just gives, like we said before, it just gives law enforcement a new powerful tool that says that there is an ordinance to this. And a lot of times when law enforcement do get called to those type of calls, and I don't know if you guys want to talk to Richmond PD, but when they do get called, they're kind of triaging and seeing what's the actual, what's the most the greater threat, basically. So I think the 452 party calls is a major issue in our city. That's 450 times our law enforcement is called out to an unruly party, where, I'm sure if we had a social host ordinance, maybe they would document that there was young people there present consuming alcohol. But maybe they're just trying to, break up the party.
Yeah, I think that number is probably, you might want to look into it. There's people like to party in Richmond, and they get loud and they go late, and people will call the police when it's 1 a.m. and you got to work and your neighbors are cranking up the music and dancing. So I don't know. I would really check that number, whether or not those are youth involved.
Right,
like,
so they
parties.
don't categorize, they don't break it down in that way. They just looked up basically how many unruly parties, how many party calls were there. But again, even if 100 of those or 50 of those, that's still too many.
Yeah, I think I need more information. I think that the information that we bring presented is incomplete.
Okay.
Councilmember Cepeda.
Thank you for the presentation and bringing this up, and thank you all for sharing your evening with us on the school night.
Thank you.
I have similar questions as well, but another one is, how do you see this being enforced? Is it just the police? We already have a law already that makes it illegal. And is this being enforced by our police coming in already and saying something different, acting in a different capacity, or someone else enforcing it?
Right, so what we are proposing is that if a law enforcement officer does get called to it, they would cite the person, and once that person goes to court or whatever, they would be given the option of, paying a fine or going to a diversion program, and the diversion program is where we would provide that education in lieu of the fine. So like I said, City of Hayward have done a diversion program for years for their social host ordinance, and that's how they do it. I'm sure there's going to be some differences, but like I said, they share a similar demographic and population to the City of Richmond, and we're hoping that we can maybe model what they're doing and provide education to people who might violate that ordinance.
And can you tell me more about the diversion program and education course? In one of the slides, you mentioned the education course, and then there's a cost of administration. Is that to be borne by the city? Is that a nonprofit that does this?
So we're open to whatever organization that could provide a diversion program, but our organization is actually actively developing a diversion program this year. So if this does pass, we're already gearing up to have a diversion program if it does, go through and there is a social host ordinance and people get referred, they can either come to our organization or any other organization. We are funded through Drug-Free Communities, which they're already providing us with funding to develop this program. So it wouldn't be a cost to the city as far as developing the program. We are already receiving funding to develop that program.
Okay, and would you mind walking me through because some of this is new to me. So if a police officer goes to a party and they realize that there's an intoxicated kid, and then the parent gets arrested, I'm assuming, right? And then they go get a fine?
So they would be cited. They would receive a citation. And I'm thinking what's going to happen is, because I talked to the assistant chief about this, and we're trying to figure out exactly how it would happen because this isn't something that is in the city of Richmond. So we were thinking that, so again, like a police officer goes to some party where young people are intoxicated, the person who's responsible, the adult that's there, who's the homeowner or whoever is providing, those substances to the young people would receive that citation. And when they're called to come into court for that citation, then they would, be given the option of a diversion program.
And without this ordinance, they would just be given the citation and then they have to pay it?
Well, we
Are those
think
the
so.
options?
I mean, there's no ordinance
So
for it.
with the
I don't know what
ordinance-
law enforcement does now if they go to a party and they see young people intoxicated.
Okay, so the ordinance will kind of provide another tool.
Absolutely.
So that
that's what we're hoping it will do, is provide another tool.
Okay.
To be a deterrent and also to be an opportunity to educate the community.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Councilmember Bonner.
Thank you. First of all, I just wanted to thank you for your advocacy, being active. Thank you for coming to the city of Richmond. I just wanted to clarify something. It's my impression, and you can verify, right now selling alcohol to underage children is illegal, but giving it to them, there is no ordinance for that.
Yeah, there's no word. I mean, like Melvin said, that there are signs that you're not supposed to provide alcohol, you're not supposed to buy it. About 10 years back, when I first started doing this work, I used to do buy stings with the Richmond Police Department. I provided young people for them to do alcohol buy stings, and we would go and do the shoulder tap operations where you would go and, ask an adult who's standing outside to go in and buy alcohol for you. And there was a lot of people who did it. Who did that, and there were some people who said, no, I'm not supposed to be doing this, but just because, it's illegal doesn't mean people aren't going to do it. So I think something like this would be an extra deterrent and an extra tool for law enforcement.
I agree. I think what the insurance companies did, it used to be that if there is an accident, the driver is responsible. Then they said the car owner is responsible too. So you think again when you want to lend your car to someone to make sure they don't get into an accident.
Right.
Also, new laws make like bartenders or hosts responsible if they allow drunk guests get out of their home and get into accident. So I think it's good, but my colleagues have questions. So I would like to ask Mr. Mayor what the next step is. Shall we ask our police chief to, at the next presentation, to have or the police department to provide their opinion about it out of their experience, or should we direct the staff to draft an ordinance and ask for a second presentation? Could you please advise?
Well, the next step is public comment.
Oh,
So-
okay. Thank you. After public comments, we'll talk about it.
Okay, we have one in-house speaker. If there's anyone that would like to address the council on this item, please raise your hand at this time if you're joining us online. We have one speaker in-house, and that's Shamika Bowles. Please come forward. You'll have 2 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening, City Council. My name is Shamika Bowles. I am the Environmental Program Supervisor for Community Health for Asian Americans here in Richmond. And I'm also the Program Coordinator for the Pride and Purpose Project, and I am a lifelong proud resident of Richmond, California. And first, I want to commend these youth for the advocacy and the time that it took. I've been working with them for almost 2 years on this presentation. For it to get to this point is commendable for you guys. So whatever was said, thank you guys for standing up and making a stand. In regards to the social host, the social host is a proactive measure that addresses the impact of social gatherings on public safety by holding hosts accountable for events where alcohol or other substances are provided to minors. This ordinance contributes to the well-being of our neighborhood. It sends a clear message about the shared responsibility we have in maintaining a secure environment for everyone. Implementing the social host ordinance will undoubtedly enhance the quality of our Richmond residents and especially our youth. It aligns with our collective commitment to promoting responsible behavior and preventing potential harm with underage drinking and also substance use. As we take into consideration the Cannabis Equity Grant, we should take into consideration the protections for our youth. One of the considerations in the updated cannabis ordinances is that Richmond has the allowability for 6 to 8 cannabis dispensaries. Where there is accessibility, there will be youth usage. That's all.
Thank you. And we currently have, sorry.
Go right
Kim.
ahead. Go ahead.
We currently have 2 in-house speakers, Emily Ross and Sarah Cantor. Emily, please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Sorry. Good evening. Emily Ross, Richmond resident. I am calling. I of course, don't think it's good for young people's brains to engage in substance use. And recognize it as something that can be kind of hard to prevent. And the claim of this does this ordinance work? It says that strict penalties are associated with less underage drinking in private settings. And to me, moving underage drinking to other settings is not in service of public safety. My experience as a former young person is that, those of us that were engaging with a responsible adult present when we were engaging in substance use was a form of harm reduction. And so when people were engaging in public settings, they were more at risk for harm of you're drinking in a park, you can get caught up in the law enforcement system, the criminal justice system. If you're gonna get in a car or walk while intoxicated, there are safety issues there. So moving this problem into the public sphere doesn't seem like a win for me. Also seems unclear. I appreciated the questions about the data as well as sort of what the enforcement resources would be. This seems sort of challenging to enforce, to actually do it well, to prevent underage drinking seems like a bit of a stretch, but nonetheless, appreciate your advocacy on this issue. But for me, it's not quite connecting how this ordinance would be of service to our young people. Thank you.
Thank you. And our next speaker is Sarah C. Sarah, please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Hi, thank you so much. My name is Sarah Cantor, Richmond resident. You heard from me earlier. I want to congratulate the youth who showed up. I heard that you put 2 years of work into this presentation. That work is amazing. I'm so grateful that you're invested in city government. However, I don't think that this is a proposal that is good for our city. I agree with our prior caller about the presence of a responsible adult and just anyone who's going to be responsible when there is underage drinking happening is a form of harm reduction. My example is that I went to undergrad in a town that had 2 colleges that had different policies on drinking. At my school, there was no punishment for underage drinking. At the other school, there was. My school had far fewer students sent to the hospital for alcohol poisoning because people knew that they could call campus security, they could call the hospital, they could do whatever they needed to do to keep their friends and each other safe. And at the places where, when you try to ban substance use, when you criminalize it, because that is what you're proposing, is to give another tool for law enforcement to proactively cite people when you're saying that potentially they're not doing that now. That criminalization just drives it further underground. It makes it more dangerous. It is a huge, huge loss for public safety. Also, just want to ask you to redo a survey with an actually representative sample of the population and maybe survey some youth and ask them about where they're actually getting their drugs and alcohol from instead of what adults think. Thank you.
Thank you. And that was our last speaker.
Thank you. So now is time to have a discussion. I would like to ask about the information. The data that you gave was basically opinions from adults, and I think it would be more beneficial to find out actual data as to what occurs, when it occurs, where it occurs. That would be more useful to the council in considering this item. I do want to thank the youth for being actively involved. It's fantastic to see you advocating for yourselves and for your community. So thank you, over and over for doing that. And I also think that it would be useful to have the chief of police or someone from the police department provide information as to exactly how they handle these parties and what they see when they make these stops. So I think it would be useful to have another session in which we have more data of what happens and, of what the situation actually is. So do we have any?
Just have a comment.
Yes.
I would like to add to what the two callers said about harm reduction. As a parent, I learned that there's almost no way in an American high school to keep your children from having alcohol or drugs. The best way is to have it in a safe environment. But I think their call is talking about, what they were talking about is about having a responsible adult when they do it. If there is a responsible adult, nobody will know about it. The ordinance won't be implemented. We're talking about irresponsible adults who allow parties happen or hold the parties. And this ordinance's main point is about reaching out to them and educate them. It's not about criminalizing drug use at all. So I think there is a misunderstanding here, and I think it should be up to parents and responsible adults, actually. I mean, the majority of people know that harm reduction is the way to go in practice, but we're talking about this ordinance, the target audience, the target population would be very irresponsible adults. Thank you.
Councilmember Willis.
Yeah, thank you again for being here. And the other thing I was thinking too is not just hearing from the police chief, but getting data is going to be important to really inform a decision, but also if there's any recommendations or outlooks or impressions to come from Reimagine Public Safety too, while thinking about this as well, because I'm not one that wants to jump on the first hand to criminalize somebody just to criminalize somebody, because the part that really perked my ears up is we're not talking about going out just citing people or looking for a reason to put more folks in cages. We are talking about diversion. We are talking about education. I mean, grew up in this community my whole life too, and the first time I had a beer was from my brother's dad, and I was 5. It's like, oh, you want to try a sip of my Budweiser? And it tasted like piss, but had a sip anyway, and that prevented me from wanting to drink until I got into my 20s, ironically. But unfortunately, I've known plenty of my peers growing up in the community who did go to places where adults were providing those substances willingly and even for a price. So there's a yin and yang, good and bad, to both sides of the situation. Not everybody's going to be a responsible adult. Not everybody's going to be irresponsible. But I know as I'm sitting here right now, I can imagine somebody at a house party, if they were thinking about providing somebody, a youth, any type of substance, just saying, oh no, we can't do that. Richmond passed that new law. I ain't trying to mess with y'all. I can see something like that coming out of somebody's mouth. So it is worth the discussion having, and it's worth bringing up to really put out there, saying what kind of standard do we want to set for our city, or what's the kind of impression we want to put out there. Doesn't necessarily need to be criminalizing, but can we at least have a conversation about, hey, maybe providing drugs and alcohol to youth who are in a very substantial development phase, a sensitive development phase, isn't necessarily a good idea. But those are just my personal thoughts. But thank you again for coming out this evening.
Thank you.
Councilmember Robinson.
So I do think that it's great that you have been working on this project for so long and trying to do something to decrease what you see as harmful in the community. It's very commendable. I am of the mind where I, as a parent of 2 kids who are now adults, watching them go through their teenage years and knowing that the time where they were out of my influence, I could not, there was nothing I could do in terms of their being in harm's way. Mm-hmm. And for me, I'd much rather them be somewhere where they're with people I know inside rather than sneaking around, hiding from police out in parks, who knows, what kind of people even kind of hunt young people who are intoxicated in public places. And I just feel like the danger of driving this behavior underground more is huge, because kids will, I mean, how many generations, every generation has this as a thing that happens. And if we take away the places that are close where we can have people watching and drive kids to do this, at their own devices in strange places where they're outside of parental controls, I just feel like that is a recipe for disaster. That's a recipe for rape. That's a recipe for kidnapping. That's a recipe for, blood alcohol poisoning. That's a recipe for kids trying all kinds of other drugs because they're way, way out, and people just will, give all kinds of stuff. And I feel like this is a really important issue. We need, if we're gonna put more penalties on people, outside of the fact that these things are already illegal, and police, there could be an alternative kind of proposal where police are just asked to actually enforce if they find, underage kids being served alcohol with an adult present. That's another way to pursue that, 'cause it's already illegal. So I just feel like with the data that we have in front of us, and with the great potential for increased harm, I have a lot of concerns about this ordinance.
Thank you. There was the item asked for direction. Does anyone want to provide direction to staff?
May I ask what they prefer to do? We can't hear you. Sorry. Is it okay to ask the team what their preference is?
Sure.
Yeah, we can definitely meet with the Richmond Police Department and discuss and really hash out how this would look and what would happen. And, provide more data and get it back to you guys.
And reimagine public safety.
Yes.
Thank you.
Right. Okay. Thanks so much for your presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
For the city clerk, we have two more items. We have the Veolia presentation, and we have the presentation for the East Bay Rescue Mission programming. I do believe that the Veolia presentation will take a lot of time, whereas the presentation for the East Bay Rescue Mission should be much shorter.
Right.
So I would like to move that before the Veolia.
Okay.
Thank you.
Item Q4 is to receive a presentation from the Bay Area Rescue Mission on programming and the remodeling of the Richmond campus at 200 McDonald Avenue.
Good evening. Mayor Martinez and council members, thank you so much for having us. My name is Bram Begonia. I'm the CEO and president of the Bay Area Rescue Mission. I'm with Sherwin Harris, who is our ambassador and civic engagement director. He's also a member of the Iron Triangle Neighborhood Council. I have with me also Wayne Earl, who's our manager of special projects, who's also the newly appointed chair of the Council on Homelessness, and he's also the faith community representative for the Council on Homelessness. So we're very pleased to be here. We know it's a long night. You've been working hard. want to make sure you know about the programs and services the Bay Area Rescue Mission has been doing and serving our community since 1965. And so, first of all, I just want to say that we are one of the largest providers of homeless services in the entire Bay Area, and we're definitely the largest in Contra Costa County. We only have 50 amazing, loving, and caring employees, but we have hundreds of volunteers, and we could not do our jobs without the support of everyone in our continuum of care. So we've been working very hard. 3 years ago, we were a 3-star charity, and we had a Charity Navigator score of 83. And today I'm proud to report that we're a 4-star charity, and we have a score of 99 out of 100, which means when you give and support the Bay Area Rescue Mission, you can be assured that your donations are going to where you believe it's going to, and to best serve the people that we serve. So I'm going to turn it over to Sherwin quickly, who's going to explain the situation that we face every day and how we aim to serve our community.
Thank you, Brown. First of all, I just want to bring to everybody's attention, do we have the slide? Can you go to slide 4, please? Thank you. California has the largest percentage of unsheltered and homeless people in the United States. Unfortunately, 71% of those folks reside in California. And this is conducted from the, pulled out from the 2020 census. Next slide. The Bay Area homeless year over year, in 2023, in Contra Costa County, there were 38,000 homeless individuals
in the Bay Area.
In the Bay Area. In the Bay Area.
Mm-hmm.
With Contra Costa County being the largest, and also West County being the largest population of those homeless and unsheltered. Wayne. Next slide.
Hello, everyone. My name is Wayne Earl, and I want to talk about how Bay Area Rescue Mission serves the unhoused. If you can go to the next slide, please. Over there, the corner of 2nd and McDonald, we currently have over 300 beds for emergency shelter and residential program available. We have emergency shelter services for men, women, and women with children, and we seek to provide a place, a clean place, in a safe environment, a place where the dignity of people can be celebrated and people can find peace and rest. We provide things like clothing and hygiene products, diapers, other things like that, nutritious home-cooked meals, and we get people in a place of rest where they can find encouragement to pursue further transformation for the betterment of their lives. Next slide, please. We offer a year-long comprehensive Christ-centered, multidimensional approach. We seek to address, this is for our life transformation program, we seek to address the root causes of homelessness, of poverty, substance abuse, and hopelessness. And during this time, it's completely free of cost, nothing at all. All necessary life needs are provided, housing, clothing, hygiene, food, everything that is needed. And the program goes like this. For about half your time, you're involved in educational activities. They could be Christian discipleship or life skills, recovery, relapse prevention, all of these things, mental health. And the other half of the day, you're involved in vocational training, culinary arts or warehouse management, operations. You learn not only the vocational skills, but also the soft skills necessary to participate in the workforce. You know, how to work together as a team, how to deal with people that are being in crisis. We have a great emphasis on literacy for those that enter our program who need to get a GED. We have a 100% GED rate through the Literacy for Every Adult program, the LEAP program, one of our partners. And if you look at the slide, that photo right there is our Muriel E. Mays Center for Women and Children, which is our new facility, opened a little bit over a year ago. It's a 118-bed residential program facility for women and children. Brian?
Thank you. And just to give you an update on how that building is going, next slide, please. That building opened with 0 women and children, and today we have over 78 women and children in that year-long life transformation program. Of that number, there's 45 children. 14 of those children are under the age of 5 years old, and we have 2 brand-new babies. When I sent this slide presentation to the council, we had 2 brand-new babies, and our other brand-new baby was born this morning at 1:30 a.m. His name is Baby Kyrie, 6 pounds and 10 ounces. And again, we give all this credit to all of our wonderful staff and our partners. Again, these women and children were in cars, sleeping in front of the shelter, in underpasses, all over the place. And because we have a safe place now, a safe haven, these women and children are protected. So we also have several children who have special needs, which is very difficult, but we have the resources to serve them. We partner with other organizations, and our largest referral source is from Child Family Services and Child Protective Services. So next slide, please. We just want to let you know that the need continues to grow. We have many families that are in crisis. We are the safety net. We are the place where people come. We serve people. We are a Christ-centered facility. We have a Christ-centered curriculum, but anybody can come to us. That's the message I want to leave tonight. Anybody can come to us if they're hungry. Anybody can come to us for a bed, a shower, and we serve everyone who comes to our doors. So we just want to make sure that everyone continues to know that that's what we do.
Next slide, please. Our services are much greater than just serving homeless and those in need. We also serve members of our local community facing food scarcity. There are a number of people in the apartments nearby, people that have to make these choices every month. Do I pay for my medication or do I buy food? You know, and so at 200 McDonald, we provide community meals 3 times a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year at 3 different times. Hot home-cooked meals prepared and served for all that will come. We also serve sort of to-go meals in bags. There are a number of people that head out on the way to work or on the way to school, and they'll swing by and they'll pick up a bag on their way. And these are meals for people in our emergency shelter or students and community people who come in and want to eat. This is not cafeteria type food. This is home-cooked meals, made with love and care. Next slide, please. So beyond the hot meals that we serve every day, across the street, 6 days a week, we have our food pantry where we do grocery recovery. We get other donations of groceries and other things. Last year, we provided upwards of 2 million meals through our community dining hall and our food pantry giveaway. Not only do we give away daily just food in bulk there, you'll see, if you come out there at 1 o'clock, you'll see lines around the block for people coming, picking up those groceries. We also provide clothing and furniture and household items, things that have been donated to us that we repurpose and clean up that can be useful for people. Beyond that, we also provide our holiday, boxes of hope for Thanksgiving, where we give out full turkey meals to families. We do the same over Christmas time, and we provide a week's worth of Thanksgiving and Christmas meals during the week of Thanksgiving and a week around Christmas time. And we also have special events like school backpack giveaways and other events. Brian?
Next slide, please. So this year we decided to take our backpack and giveaway and school supply drive to the streets. We want to thank the city for their support, for helping us, particularly a shout out to Lieutenant Ernest Lucas and the Streets Department who helped us block off 2nd through 3rd Street. We blocked off McDonald, and so the streets were super clean and we had a great time. We had a lot of support. Next slide, please. We had several partners, community partners, and we gave out hundreds and hundreds of backpacks and school supplies to our community. Next slide. And this is just some pictures of what happened there. We gave out hamburgers and hot dogs, had a lot of vendors and people from our community, our continuum of care support us. Next slide, please. And just showing you some pictures of that big event. Next slide. And this is kind of what took place that day. We had 40 vendors, over 2,000 attendees. 400 people went through our clothing line to get free clothes, and we gave out over 9,100 pounds of food. Thank you.
Next slide, please. The Bay Area Rescue Mission is one of the largest agency partners of the Contra Costa County and Solano County Food Bank. We were honored to make a presentation at the Food Bank Agency Summit last year. Next slide, please. While treating people who we serve with compassion, kindness, dignity, and respect, it is the sharing of the gospel of Jesus Christ and building a spiritual foundation that leads to the transformed life. You may be thinking, how do I know? In 1994, after 5 years of being homeless and on the streets, I came to the Richmond Rescue Mission, and I had my life transformed. And for the last 30 years, I've remained clean and sober and drug-free. And I sit before you now with the good news of the Bay Area Rescue Mission. Next slide, please.
So I just want to quickly go over our strategic plan for the next 5 years. We've embarked upon this. We have the support of all of our stakeholders, and we'd love your support as well. It's 5 quick initiatives, and I'm just going to read them off the slide. And that's why we're here tonight as well, is number 1 is we have this brand new building that opened last year, and the rest of our buildings are falling apart. We take great care of them, but our plan is to expand and renovate the Richmond campus. We will need your support from the planning department. We'll need your support as we're working with HKIT, who you work with as well on many of your projects. There are architects. We're working with OVRA, as well as getting a grant from the Federal Home Loan Bank, as we did for the Bridge of Hope. We're going to establish a presence in all 9 Bay Area counties. We expanded to 2 other counties last year. We're refining and enhancing our programs. We want to be known as the go-to and the golden resource, the go-to resource for all nonprofits who are serving homeless people in our county. We want to continue to build up our team, invest in their education. We have a tuition reimbursement program, and you can get your degree all the way to your doctorates, and the Bay Area Rescue Mission will support you through our City Vision University partners. And we're going to grow and diversify our funding. So right now, we don't accept any government fundings. We're strong partners with all of our government agencies that we work with, but we really exist on the donations of foundations and major donors and all of the people that support us monthly. The gifts range from large gifts to $5 cash to people raising money in school drives with Just Change, and all of that helps us to meet the needs of the Bay Area Rescue Mission. Next slide, please. And so this is what we're doing. Our application for the Federal Home Loan Bank is due on March 5th, and we'll find out if we are awarded those funds in July. We're going to renovate 200 McDonald, which is where we serve all of our meals and where many of you, thank you for coming for a tour and for supporting us and walking around and seeing the state of our facilities. Again, we've hired HKIT, who's a local firm that you're very familiar with. They're working on Nevin Plaza, the Greenway, and the high school here. We thank you for your support for the Muriel E. Mays Center for Women and Children, and we thank those of you who came out to come to our grand opening. Just if we can get before we end, any kind of support that we can put from the City Council into our application. We're not asking for permit approval today or anything, but just a general vote of support that you're encouraged by us and you want us to continue to move and renovate and serve the people of Richmond. That's all we really would love to hear from you. And we've spoken to many of you and you've come for tours. And again, we thank you for coming and seeing what we're doing at the Bay Area Rescue Mission. And we're going to end with Wayne just giving the community the information, if they need access to our programs, how to get resources at the Bay Area Rescue Mission.
Next slide, please. If you're out and about in the city doing your thing and someone needs help or you need help yourself, you're at food scarcity or whatnot, first thing you can do on your cell phone, call 211. Let them know, hey, I need a shelter bed, I need a meal, can you get me to the rescue mission? And they can put you in touch with resources. They can also put you in touch with other resources, depending on the crisis, the nature of what you're going through, or the people that you encounter when you're out and about. So that is sort of the clearinghouse there. Next slide, please. But you can also come directly to us 24 hours a day. We will take anybody that comes in with a need. We will feed anybody that is hungry that comes to our door. Anything that we have to share, we're there to share. So the intake process for our shelter or program, for the Center for Women and Children, it's just a phone call, 510-215-4860. For men trying to get into our program or our emergency shelter, 510-215-4868. Our food and house source pantry is 6 days a week at 123 McDonald Avenue from 1:30 to 2:30 p.m. or till the food runs out that day. And then community meals, breakfast, lunch, and dinner at 200 McDonald, 6 a.m., noon, and 5 p.m. Anybody can come and get a home-cooked meal. If you need clothing or whatnot, just come on over, and if we have it to share, we will provide it. Thank you.
And thank you for your time. Any questions, please let us know.
Thank you so much. Do we have questions? Councilmember Robinson.
So thank you so much for your service all of these years serving the community. I just had a few questions because I want to make sure I'm giving the right information. I feel like I'm a little behind the times, but where is the new facility? What's the address?
What was the question?
The new facility that you talked about with the 118 beds, where is that located?
That's right on, what's that?
3rd Street.
It's on 3rd.
3rd Street at McDonald.
3rd and McDonald.
227.
McDonald Ave.
Okay, and then
On 3rd Street.
in the existing building, I think it's 2nd Street, how many people can you accommodate overnight there? How many beds do you have?
So on all the properties there here in Richmond, we can accommodate up to 345 people per night. That's including when the county allows us to open up our, put out more cots during inclement weather. So that's when it's over 90 degrees in the summer, and also when it's raining and very cold, as it has been. So when it's rainy and cold outside, we open up more cots and put out more beds and serve more people.
Thank you.
And that address is 357 3rd Street.
357.
Sorry, thank you. I said 227.
Awesome. And then the food pantry, it's open daily from 1:30 to 2:30? Is that correct?
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
It's open from about 1:30, and sometimes it goes a little bit longer. It's really to the food is gone for the day.
Till the food's gone for the day? Okay. And are there any other food pantries that you run in the city?
No, but aside from that food pantry operating 6 days a week, we provide 3 hot meals a day.
Yes, I know. But yeah, I get a lot of people calling, asking, saying that they don't have food for their kids at night, and they're like, do you know? And honestly, I send them to you because you're the only ones that I know in Richmond who have that food pantry. So just thank you.
But also, our warehouse is open from 8 to 4. And then if they do call, or someone calls, especially from GRIP or the Richmond PAL or the city officials or the police department, and there's an emergency need for an emergency food box, we do provide those.
Thank you.
So we're also at the Food Pantry Distribution Center, we're also providing assistance to other nonprofits, right? So we have community partners. So if they don't have the resources, they'll have a designated pickup time, and they'll swing by and we'll give them 500 pounds of food for their program. So we support many other organizations.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for your support.
Any other council members? Councilmember Willis.
Yeah. No, thank you for the presentation and just kind of congratulations on the work and moving forward. And yeah, I'm generally supportive of y'all being there for the community and providing those gaps that are hitting people even harder these days, especially with the cost of everything going up and the homelessness that has increased exponentially. A couple of questions that came up for me. This first question, I don't mean it to sound it like as a negative question. It's just something that's come up because I've had known people that have participated in the program. Some had great experiences and even became volunteers, and others had a negative experience. One thing, just like as you're moving forward in this plan, I just wanted to ask about security, because I know sometimes that's a hesitation for people to want to participate is like, am I going to be safe, or are my belongings going to be safe? Because I am, at the end of the day, going to a shelter, not knowing anybody there. Staff is great, but if I come back to where I'm at, is my stuff still going to be there? So What's security look like as you're moving forward with your plans and renovations and making sure folks can feel confident that no matter when you come here, your stuff is going to be okay?
Yeah, and thank you for asking the question. It's a great question. So on November 1st, myself and Pastor David, who's the VP of Programs, did a sneak attack, and we spent the night in the undercover boss and stayed in the emergency shelter, right? Our staff didn't know we were coming. We went through the whole intake process, spent the night. They couldn't change the meal because it was already prepared, right? It was a wonderful meal at night and candied bacon and pancakes in the morning, and it was a very, very safe place. So I also worked the shift in the emergency shelter from 11 p.m. to 7 a.m. It was very peaceful. So I think there's a misconception. You're so tired when you're homeless. By the time you come in and get a meal and a shower, I was surprised when they announced the rules that night, and I'm president of the organization, that lights out is 8:30. I thought, that's crazy. It's way too early. There were men snoring at 7 o'clock. They got a meal, they got a shower, and they were knocked out until the morning. So again, not everyone has that same experience, but we have a full security team. We have lots of interns. And we have lots of staff supporting the event. So every night, every day. And so I'd say we just have a well-run program with a lot of staff and support.
And then part of our vocational program, training, we do have a security team that is being vocationally trained. They go on to get their guard cards, and once they graduate, and then they can become employed by some of the local guards providing services. We have more than adequate security cameras throughout our facilities to where they can be monitored at one station. So if anything is happening throughout the campus, it can be rectified and mitigated in a swift and safe way.
All right, no, thank you. That actually was a segue into my last question. That's actually awesome. You're helping people get their guard cards and everything and get into a security company. That's great. Part of my second question was going to be like, have you been working with our Richmond Build department to try to like filter? Okay, perfect, great, because want to go ahead.
I just want to say, not only are we strong partners with Richmond Build has a great thing, and that is if you graduate the top 5 of the class, you automatically get a job into the union, right? And then in 2 classes ago, of the top 5, 3 were students from our program, and one of them was a female. Her name's Michelle, and she has a full union job now and has her own apartment. So great success stories, and we're really strong partners with Richmond Build.
Perfect. Well, hey, thank you so much for everything you're doing, and congratulations to Michelle as well.
Thank you.
Councilmember Bono?
Thank you very much. I really appreciate your coming. And thank you, Mr. Mayor, thank you for putting it forward on the agenda. So, yeah, when I visited, I was really impressed by the fact that people who worked there had been through there to receive service, and now they were providing service as employees. And the meal was delicious, and I'm impressed that it's mostly or all private donations, I should say. So it's good, I think, for the city to know what services are available, but also I think it's good for us to know about the limitations. So when I was there, you talked about the rehabilitation and limitation. If you could also explain that, that'd be great. So that the city learns about, what's needed in it to complement such services.
Yeah, the issue is so huge, we can't do it ourselves, and so we need a multifaceted approach. And so we don't accept government funding, but we're strong partners with those in our continuum of care. I think when you were there and we gave you a tour, the medical vehicle was in front, and it parks there several times a week. So if you need medical assistance or dental or other services, you get your medication. We don't have that. We don't have the resources to hire nurses and doctors and so forth. But we partner with those that have that, and they can just come outside of our building, get what they need, and go back in. So there's all kinds of resources and partnerships we need. Mental health, for sure, right, is something that we know who to refer people to. That's a need that is continuing to grow, as you all know, and there's not enough services there, and especially placing people in housing. So we can train up people to get jobs, and jobs that are good paying income, but it's very difficult to find people housing that's the main issue. And as you know, when you came on tour, there's several people who come to the emergency shelter, which is just coming in at night and coming and leaving in the morning, who work full-time and work hard and are just trying to get a down payment, pay off the eviction notice. So we have a lot of hardworking people who just can't afford to live there. So those are some of the limitations that we have. And again, our buildings that have been there since 1965.
But if I understood correctly, there is also a limitation on the number of nights people can stay there if they have drug addictions. If you could
Yeah, so we
explain,
have-
and if you have any suggestions about what could, be added in addition, so the city has better services for everyone.
Yeah, the emergency shelter really is about a 30-day stay, but as long as you're working towards a goal and working with our team, you can stay 30, 60, and sometimes there's other extensions. These guys can elaborate more. Our real goal is to get you out of the emergency shelter and into our year-long life transformation program, to get you beyond, why are you here? Because mom is in prison, or dad, has a substance abuse problem, whatever it is. Why? I can't get a job because I don't have my license or my social security. Let's go help you. Let's go to the court. I can't get a job because I have something on my record. Well, we can help you get your record expunged. So whatever the issue is, our commitment is to help you, walk you through it, and make sure we get you the resources you need to be successful, and get you out of the emergency shelter into our year-long life transformation program. Anything else to add? No. Yeah.
Excellent, thank you. And I'm so happy to hear that the Center for Women and Children is fully occupied now, and you even have newborns.
Yeah, that's
Thank you
right.
so much for all you do.
Another Constable Person Bannon, another way that we can be assisted in growing and expanding our Richmond campus is there some abandoned buildings that are adjacent to our warehouse at 113 McDonald, I believe, 117 McDonald, and 103. And those buildings are blight, and they're on the surplus list for the city of Richmond. And if we can get someone to help us navigate through that process, we would love to negotiate or see how we can put those into our footprint and help us to help more citizens of Richmond.
Great point. Yeah, the building next to our warehouse, and we've talked to Mayor Eduardo about it, burned down the day before COVID. The shutdown happened, so it's been, that building's been burned down for that long. And we could put that to good use, or if we're allowed or we're given the opportunity, we could talk to our donors about funding that, but we can't raise money if we don't have, a set plan or goal yet. So that's another way you could support us. Thank you, Sharon.
Well, you have the strong support here, I'm sure.
Yes. Thank you so much.
Okay, I'd like to give the floor to Vice Mayor Jimenez and then turn it over to public comment.
No, I have a question, but you answered it in terms of other, the surplus and other things. Okay.
Public comment?
Okay, we do not have any speakers in-house, but are there speakers online that wish to address? I didn't ask that earlier, but. Okay, I do not see any speakers.
Okay, with no speakers, then it's time for conversation. I have a question. The recommended action is to receive a presentation, but it does not say give direction to staff. Is it possible to give staff direction even though it's not listed as part of the recommended action?
Yes.
Yes? Okay.
Excellent.
All right then. So, yes.
So this is a little bit more of a comment this time, and I'm really happy to hear about the specific residential program for women and children. A lot of people don't know this, but my mom's family moved here when my grandma arrived, and she stayed at the rescue mission.
Wow.
She was escaping a domestic violence situation, and the rescue mission was a place where she found shelter, and it's been a profound point for me. I grew up in that neighborhood just a couple of blocks away, and so I just wanted to just acknowledge that, like so many years ago, that you all were doing that work. But I also wanted to say that, I can't underscore how many people actually reach out to me, fathers, mothers, individuals who are in Richmond for one reason or another, and they have no food. And they're like, where can I get food? How can I get food? And so I wanted, this is actually kind of more a question for the city manager, and that is, you know, I don't mind being a point of contact and getting people the information I do, but I wonder if we couldn't, I have not found yet, and maybe it exists and I just can't find it, a page on the city's website that could give the list of Richmond's pantries, food programs, things like that, where we can refer people. I get at least 2 calls a week from different people. I don't know, my number must be on somebody's list. And they're usually in kind of desperate straits. And I just wonder if we could make a very simple thing where we can make sure to give people the contact to these great organizations who are getting food to people.
Yes.
Awesome. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing.
Yes, Councilmember Vana?
Can we direct the staff to assist Bay Area Rescue Mission with finding solutions into expansion and possibly surplus properties and help them to address their needs?
Generally, for those sorts of activities, we also would have community engagement. So if that's the direction of the city council, that normally, and with all due respect, so normally if we have an item, like in the past, if it says provide direction to staff, if it's like add a website item or something like that, I'm happy to do it. But if it hasn't been agendized like that, if that's something the council wants us to do, we would normally start with community engagement. And then there's also, because it's surplus property, there's a legal process that we have to go through. And so we would be happy to have another meeting directly with our community development director, Ms. Lena Velasco, and the Bay Area Rescue Mission to walk you through what that process consists of and what the legal and disclosure requirements are.
Thank you.
I just wanted to say that before we do this direction, there is a work around the surplus, and it's coming soon for presentation about criteria, and just so I just want to make sure that we hear that before we kind of like give a direction of like surplus property using for one thing, when we are looking at like a whole policy of surplus properties with criteria for community engagement and community use. So it's not like I am against these things, but I just wanted to make sure that there is a process, and people in the staff is working really hard to bring that a surplus policy pretty soon. So I wonder if maybe we can wait to hear that first.
Yes, I believe that we need to follow protocol, we need to follow procedures, we need to follow the rules and regulations given to us by the state. But that doesn't mean that you won't be considered in the conversations. And I also want to say that I believe the city council supports you in your efforts, and if the council would like to, we could do a vote of confidence and support of your organization. And then I guess we could write a letter of support coming from the council. So I make that as a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Of course.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second to write the East Bay Rescue Mission a letter of support for your grant. Roll call?
Councilmember Vana,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Jimenez,
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin,
Yes.
Councilmember Robinson,
Yes.
Councilmember Willis,
Yes.
Councilmember Zepeda,
Yes.
and Mayor Martinez.
Yes.
The vote is unanimous.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much for your support.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you again.
Thank you.
Let's
Thank you for
stay in
sharing.
touch.
Thank you.
And now for our final item.
Yes. Our last item Receive a follow-up presentation from Veolia Water North America regarding the hydrogen sulfide, H2S, odors that were emitted from the Richmond wastewater treatment plant on December 4th through 6th of 2023. If there are any speakers online that would like to address the council on this item, raise your hand at this time. Thank you.
Are you Veolia representatives? Oh, okay. Well,
That's the only other.
oh, okay.
So, Mayor,
Hi. I thought maybe you were poached.
No.
Okay.
This A team has to stay with the city of Richmond.
All right,
So
then.
if I may, Mayor, so we have staff, they would like to open up, and then
Yes,
they were going
please.
to pass it off to
Okay.
Veolia. And with that, I will turn it over to Robert Armijo, our Deputy Director of Public Works and City Engineer. Thank you.
Good evening. Good evening, Mayor Martinez, members of City Council, and residents of City of Richmond. My name's Robert Armijo. As our city manager said, I'm the Deputy Public Works Director and the City Engineer. I also have with me members of our Water Resource Recovery staff. I have Mary Phelps, who's our project manager, and also Jeff Barrett, who's our senior engineer for our Water Resource Recovery program. For this item, we have Veolia, the city's contracted operator for the wastewater treatment plant, sewer, and drainage systems. And they are prepared to further address a matter of significant concern for the community, which is the odor issues, specifically hydrogen sulfide emissions emanating from our wastewater treatment plant. This is a follow-up to Veolia's prior presentation on December 12th, 2023. And we are joined by Melissa Sandvold, our Regional Vice President for Veolia, and CV, who's the Director of Capital Program Management West from Veolia. The City Council requested that they present detailed information and updates from the initial presentation last December, focusing on the steps taken and planned measures to mitigate these odor issues, as well as the associated proposed timeline. Attached to our staff report, you will find a report provided by Veolia, which the City Council requested to understand better the issues surrounding the odor problem. For members of the public, you can access this report through eScribe on the City Council's agenda page, and which is on the city's website. City staff have conducted an initial review of the report. The report is technical, encompassing various assumptions, data sets, and engineering material. Given its intricacies, city staff believes it is prudent to have this report peer-reviewed. To this end, we have initiated the process of engaging a third-party expert to conduct this peer review. Tonight, Veolia will provide a PowerPoint presentation outlining their findings, strategies, and solutions to address the odor concerns. After the presentation through the mayor, there will be an opportunity for City Council to ask questions and offer comments, as well as receive comments from the public. Our objective here is to not only address the immediate concerns, but also to ensure the long-term efficacy and sustainability of our wastewater treatment plant operations. We're committed to transparency and thoroughness in resolving this issue and maintaining the quality of life in our residents, for our residents. At this time, I'll ask Melissa and CV to begin their presentation, and we look forward to a productive presentation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, perfect. There you go.
Thank
you. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and esteemed City Council leadership team. My name is CV, the Regional the Director of Capital Program Management for Veolia, including the capital construction projects in the city's wastewater treatment plant and collection system. I'm joined by Ms. Melissa Sandwald. She's the Vice President overseeing operations in Richmond. And as Mr. Armijo introduced, this is a follow-up presentation on the construction activities associated with the grid and aeration system improvement projects that we were working on, and we are on the verge of completely closing out the project, which is in the plant. This is the $42 million investment that the city is making to improve the process. Next slide, please. So as you may recall, in early December, while executing the grid and aeration improvement projects at the plant, we worked on several construction activities and tie-in activities simultaneously to meet the project completion schedule, including upgrading the odor control fans, draining and connecting the secondary clarifier. And this is when we had a loss of power, a single phase of power, which kind of contributed to the perfect storm scenario, where several of our treatment equipment went offline and causing odor issues at the plant. Once again, next slide, please. Once again, we regret the inconvenience caused to our community members due to the odors, and these were exacerbated by the construction activities. And I apologize for not clearly communicating the increased risk of odors which resulted due to these construction activities. Mayor and council members, we heard you and our community members loud and clear during the city council meeting on December 12th. And as directed, we submitted our detailed odor report on January 8th. We performed a detailed analysis of our construction activities to identify improvement areas and made several changes to improve our construction approach, as well as improve our communications with the city. We had additional all-hands meetings with several stakeholders to identify odor risks and mitigation measures, in addition to the construction planning, operational sequencing, and safety risk identification at every stage. And we kept the city emergency services manager, Mr. Richard Diaz, as well as the city public works team informed every step along the way. Our Veolia technical experts across the country, as well as overseas, reviewed the construction and operations activities and helped identify additional items to consider as we approached these activities, as well as validated the procedures for items such as drawing down active tankage. And we prepared detailed communication notices, both in English as well as Spanish, of the construction activities, and shared it with Mr. Diaz for notification of our community members. For every time we had any activity such as that, which could have enhanced odor risks, and these notices included the time of day, the type of activity, duration, and any kind of enhanced risks of odors. We also changed the construction activities and schedules to avoid holidays, because we had a few other tie-ins scheduled between Christmas and New Year, and we kind of reassigned those activities to later in the year so as to minimize the impact to our community members. But also noting that we wanted to finish certain key activities before the schools reopened, just to minimize the impact to our students. Now, we also looked at the wind and rain conditions and used any kind of favorable weather windows to do such shutdowns, just to minimize any kind of odor impact. And finally, our Veolia employee and proud City of Richmond resident, Mr. David Ernst, has attended and will attend and contribute to the Richmond City Council, City of Industry meetings and other local meetings, so we can solicit more timely feedback about any community concerns, and respond quickly. Next slide, please. Now, I'm happy to report that since our last meeting, we've incorporated the lessons that we learned after December 5th, adjusted our approach, and successfully completed several more complex and disruptive shutdowns and tie-ins which had much bigger odor impact risks. And all of these were completed without any reported odor impacts or hydrogen sulfide spikes at the fence lines, as detailed above. Next slide, please. Now, I just wanted to share some of the key achievements or construction activities which were completed. You might recognize the picture. On the left, this is the old fan, motor, and the scrubber that we were disconnecting so that we can make the connections to the new fan motor as well as the biofilter, which is in the background, which is shown in this picture on the right. Next slide, please. And we also finished upgrading the aeration basins. So on the left, what you see is the old mechanical aerators, which are very energy intensive and not very efficient. We've replaced this with the fine bubble diffusers, which is basically a series of air pipes at the bottom of the tank, which help spread the air a lot more uniform pattern, which helps in the breakdown of the organic matter. What it means is it helps improve the wastewater treatment plant efficiency and would also potentially help mitigate odors at the plant. Next slide, please. So I just wanted to share a quick overview of the big difference in how these basins operate. On the left, on the darker color, what you see is the older the older surface aerators. What these do is they're not as efficient. On the right-hand side, you'll see a much more uniform spread of the air, which is something that we accomplished in the basins, aeration basins. Next slide, please. So it's just another representation of how the process works now uniformly in a much, much better manner, and which could potentially help reduce odors in the future. Next slide, please. Finally, we were waiting for Pacific Gas and Electric to complete the new complete installation of the new meter and establish the new power connection at the Ferry Point pump station. As soon as those were installed and the city contractor delivered the odor mitigation chemicals, we connected the pump to the dosing system, and we started adding chemicals which will inhibit the growth of odor-causing chemicals even before the influent stream enters the wastewater treatment plant. Next slide, please. So I'm also happy to report that the grid aeration project, as well as the Ferry Point pump stations, are substantially complete. As you'll see, pretty much all the key activities in each of these projects have been completed. And right now, what we are working through is a punch list, which is basically a construction corrective actions list and performance acceptance test, which is underway in the plant. Next slide, please. We are also working with the City Public Works to identify funding, timelines, and preferred methods to implement additional odor mitigation from the odor studies, recommendations, lists, as well as identify locations and pricing for smart manhole covers, which would help strengthen the hydrogen sulfide monitoring within the collection system, which is across the city. And additionally, we are also in negotiations with the contractor to retain the existing temporary odor scrubber unit, which was provided at the beginning of the construction as a backup unit for future use to improve the robustness and have a backup plan in case we have to take down the biofilter for maintenance activities. And this concludes my presentation, and I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. I want to start off by thanking you for providing this with this tome, which appears to be a collection of short stories minus your mother's recipe for peanut butter cookies. And at the very end, I noticed that you gave us the same copy of the same document twice. And I was wondering, did you expect us to read this in stereo? Or what was the purpose of doing it twice?
We actually determined, due to the size of the document, the link that was sent, we found from several council members who contacted us that they were having difficulty opening it. We reached out to Robert Armijo and offered to have copies printed and delivered to City Hall for anyone having difficulty opening those files. He asked for 3 copies to be delivered. So that's why there were 3 copies delivered to City Hall of the documents.
No, this is, in this tome at the very end, this was printed from the file that you sent us.
Okay, from the files?
And in the file that you sent us, there were two copies of the same item, one right after the other. And so I read one, and then I started reading the other, and I thought, am I falling asleep? Or is there something wrong with this document? And so I was thinking, oh, well, maybe they want me to read this in stereo. So I held them both eye to eye to read them in stereo, and that didn't work either. So anyway, in the document, I found a lot of other issues, and I will get to them when it comes time for comments. But I believe that this document, as big as it is inadequate, and I will explain why when it's time for discussion. So do we have any questions? Councilmember Robinson?
Just a question. During the last session, there was a request from community members that you make an effort to engage the neighborhood councils, especially the ones that are directly impacted by releases. And I might have missed it, but I didn't see that as a part of the plan. I did see you were talking to your kind of colleagues in the Council of Industries, but I wonder if you have a plan to help get the word out about activities that may affect neighbors.
We are working with Richard Diaz to actually both look at a 4-week look ahead, as well as emergency updates to those 4-week look aheads to make sure that we're getting out the information to the community. I know he's been working with the city manager's office. He's been reaching out to council members individually to make sure that we're getting that out to different locations. We're also on the Veolia side working to update a website for educational reasons. Some of what was in the report is historical and background information on how odors are created, how that is affected by different contributors, weather events, things like that. So we want to make sure that we're getting that educational material out there as well. One of the concerns about reaching out to individual HOAs is that not everyone would have an HOA. We definitely encourage them to reach out to us if they would like to have a visit, but we also don't want people to feel that we're excluding anyone by saying, you know, we've drawn a line on which HOAs we're going out to, or, but more importantly, we
So
want
I
to
actually was
encourage
talking
people.
about neighborhood councils. So Richmond has districts, or neighborhood council districts. So every neighborhood, all the neighborhoods fall into different neighborhood councils. Of course, not everybody participates in neighborhood councils, but it's a good way to distribute information. And some of those neighborhood council folks spoke at open session, open comment for this item the last time, and they explicitly requested that, you know, information go to the Point Richmond Neighborhood Council, the folks that are directly impacted. And I thought you were going to take that information back and incorporate it into your outreach plans, but it sounds like that's not what has happened.
And some of those individuals were directly reached out to individually. We have not reached out to the actual group that they belong to, but we have spoken with the individuals who requested an outreach.
So you don't have a plan going forward to develop and like create a better relationship with the neighborhood councils around the plan?
We can certainly look into that. Again, we want to encourage people first to come to the facility, understand what goes into that. It's very difficult. You can see by showing some of the photos and walking through some of this, as you point out, is very technical. It's hard for people to envision what it looks like, what's going on in the process. It's easier to show and walk them through what's going on. We would love to provide tours and educational information to people. It is a city facility. It's open for tours. We just ask that people schedule them in advance for safety reasons to make sure someone can walk them through the facilities and make sure it's a safe route. But I think that's a great place to start, is on that educational side to understand, so that when we make comments about influent or collection systems or what those things look like, that there's actually understanding of how that all comes together. But certainly, again, we are working with the City Public Works Director, and more importantly is Richard Diaz, to make sure that we're getting information to the community.
So I have a question for staff, actually, and I think, correct me if I'm wrong, but Mary may have this information. And, you know, I was under the impression that since the December 4th event, staff, that there have been other incidents. Is that correct? And if so, how many incidents have happened since December 4th?
Yes, there have been other hydrogen sulfide incidences, but I don't have the exact data. We have contacted our consultant, Sonoma Technologies, to provide us with a full report that will be submitted to the council at a later date.
Was it more than one incident?
Yes, but less than 10.
More than one, less than 10, since
Yes.
December 4th, and
Yes.
we're at January 23rd.
Yes.
So, okay, thank you.
And the incidences, I will say, were substantially minor. I mean, considering the number that were higher, we had some that exceeded like over 200. The incidents that occurred since then have been relatively minor, maybe 70 parts per billion, where our threshold is 60. They've been relatively minor. Not
So
that they're not.
just over the
Not that
threshold.
they're not a concern, but they've been relatively minor.
So just over the threshold?
Yes.
But still over the threshold?
Yes.
And in our agreement was that they don't have incidents over the threshold. Is that correct, or am I misremembering that?
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question?
In our contract agreement, we have an agreement that there won't be incidents over a certain threshold. Is that the threshold that you're talking about, or am I?
The threshold was established by
remembering this
Bay
correctly?
Area Air Quality Management District of 60. That was from years ago, an agreement that was made years ago between the city and Bay Area Air Quality.
Okay.
So as far as what is in the agreement that is eventually, we will have no odors coming from the treatment plant. That is the ultimate goal. And Veolia strives to get to that point as well as city staff. That's the agreement. There will be no odors. That's the goal.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Bana?
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. Thank you for coming. Quick question before I get to my main question. I thought we agreed on having more monitors. Are they going to be installed? Or have they been installed? We didn't agree on more air monitors?
Yes.
Oh, maybe
I'm
the city
sorry.
does that.
Yes, we are negotiating a contract with Sonoma Technologies, which we will bring before the council on February 20th to install 2 more additional monitors.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
No
Now
problem.
back to my question. So CB, last time through a set of questions, you and I got to the conclusion that you did not go over the plan to make sure it matches the industrial procedure protocols. But I hope your memory helps you that the main reason for that major leak or major incident, whatever it was, you said you were supposed to look through what was going to be done, and then you didn't. You failed to look carefully into what was going to happen, and the proper protocols were not followed. So my question is about, I can find the recording of the video and show it to you later to refresh your memory. But my main question is, your presentation did not have any indication about making sure it won't happen in the future.
So Thank you for your question, first of all. And yes, as a professional, 100%, that's always been our goal, to ensure that something like this never happens again. The steps that we did take after that is we separated out every single tie-in activity that had to happen. We tried to ensure that there were no multiple activities happening which would start feeding into each other. The reason for doing that is, of course, every project, as you know, you're an engineer yourself, have schedules, have deadlines, all of those. But we found a workaround. We started, for example, we started adding chemicals at Ferry Point, which in itself would help, first of all, inhibit those chemicals, which would even cause
I'm not
orders. And then we
asking
started.
anything about the details. I mean, about the lessons taken. Are you
Yes.
tightening the protocols in place? How do you do it, and how come we didn't see anything about it in your presentation?
The short answer is yes. We did tighten our construction procedure, our tie-in procedure. So 3 very quick points I'll make. Number 1, we only did one tie-in at a time. We broke down the activity into multiple smaller pieces so that every duration was a very short shutdown, so we could quickly recover the process. And finally, we changed the sequence to do as much of the work as possible, even if we have to do a little bit of rework, to further compress the time frame. And we got all of these reviewed with multiple stakeholders to exhaustively look for any other options that we could to pinch down the risk. And you'll see that after that, we've done several more shutdowns between December, after December 5th, and which have not, where we have not received any odor complaints.
Thank you.
So
I
those
wish-
measures did help.
Yeah, I wish that would have been included in the presentation. To me, that's the most important thing, to make sure things will be improved and it wouldn't happen again. So my question in general is, how many procedures are there that could cause a leak or incident? And do we have a copy of it? Is there an agency overlooking that has that? I mean, is like Chemical Safety Board is looking over you? What are the bigger watchdogs in addition to City Council?
Some of the quick ones which come to mind is we have Bay Area Air Quality Management District. We also have the State Water Resources Control Board.
I'm sorry, but Air District comes in when something happens. In terms of prevention, is there an agency to look at the protocols to make sure things are tightened up and chances are wouldn't happen again or wouldn't happen at all? Like, is there an industrial safety ordinance relating to the operation or any agency looking into it?
I can tell you this time, before we did the shutdown and tie-in, we contacted Bay Area Air Quality Management District and proactively told them these are the activities that we are doing, these are the durations of the shutdown. Are there any concerns? Is there anything would you like to come and monitor while we are performing the work? But that's
Okay, you're not
generally speaking.
answering my question. They have air sensors, they come and detect if there's something. My question is about procedures that are done in a plant like yours. It's an industrial chemical plant. Is there any agency that is overseeing the protocols, industrial protocols? We are not treatment engineers. We wonder if there's, a third party that we could ask for a list of protocols, or you submit something so we see anything happened, any errors, anything missed. Nothing?
Sorry, can I say something? I think it's
No.
OSHA, the answer, sorry.
You don't know of any?
I don't know, but try and find out. But
I would appreciate it, and I would appreciate if Public Works looks into it too. Thank you. And last question. So these major operations, you're going to notify the public in advance. Also, can we have a copy of the procedure? So maybe we can have a third party take a look at it to make sure things will be safe?
okay,
We can certainly take a look at that. We have hundreds of SOPs for our processes.
SOP is standing for?
Standard operating procedures.
Thank you.
So-
That's the word I was looking
Yes.
for. Yeah.
yes.
Sorry, we
Thank you.
tend to use a lot of acronyms. I apologize. There are expectations from the State Water Board for O&M plans, for understanding that you can run the facilities to the capacities that they are designed for. They do take a look at SOPs when there are questions. From that standpoint, Bay Area Quality would be the same. They would want to know that we have investigation procedures and things in place. They are not necessarily going to look at every single construction activity unless, as you pointed out, there is a challenge. They will come in and they will say, we would like to see how this was actually accomplished. But certainly we are in the process, not only with the new construction and the new assets, of developing new standard operating procedures to make sure, but we did actually reach out, as CV said, to our other colleagues to make sure that what we're putting in place for these SOPs is in alignment with industry standard, with what we're doing at other facilities about how we're doing these. And obviously, Councilperson Zepeda was very clear. His concern was about nights, weekends, holidays, that these seem to be activities and areas where there seem to be more spikes. So those were definitely things we took into account in our scheduling. And, you know, for Councilperson Robertson, I know, yes, there were some spikes. They were not in association with any of the activities that we actually rolled out. So, you know, yes, we did see some fence line monitor spikes. They were intermittent. As we pointed out, this takes a sample every 5 minutes. So there was a sample that came in at a 72. 5 minutes later, it showed as a 14. This could be anything. In fact, the one we got just this week that Mary was, actually late last week, that Mary investigated and actually asked about, the wind was coming into the facility from the south, which would indicate it was something that blew across the sensor. It was one single sample in a day, which is most likely not coming out of the facility as it would be going against the wind. But we do understand that those are still of concern, and we continue to look for other areas of adding, as Mary was pointing out, you know, looking at additional monitoring in the fence line. As CV pointed out, we're also looking at smart covers for distribution in the collection system that gives you better monitoring as in, say, proximity to the schools where there are some concerns. Our concern is this is not just at the facility. We're not necessarily creating, these are naturally byproducts of wastewater breaking down. It's going to happen in a collection system, and more so if you don't have hydraulics to clear out that collection system. So after a long drought with no rain, you might get materials that have built up in some of these areas that don't get flushed properly by minimal flows, right? Those being the case, the more you have that capability and that monitoring out in the collection system, the better it can be approached. You can go in and better adjust your chemical feeds to make sure that they are getting the applicable level, protecting the community, protecting the citizens, and making sure that we can then assert that we have true monitoring out in the collection system. So again, we're working on getting that plan together. We obviously will reach out to Public Works and make sure that everyone is on board, not only with what that looks like, but where they would be located, because it then gives us additional tools to adjust and make sure that not only is it the right chemical, but the right dose, if that makes sense.
So does Cali or P have anything to do with any of this, like accidental release prevention? No? It seems to me like it's an unregulated industry. So I just wanted to make sure where the status is. Maybe we need to do our own homework, not rely on county and state regulations. Thank you.
Look into it, yes.
Appreciate it.
Of which agencies, you know, regulate the work plans that we do.
I'm sorry?
We'll go and look at which agencies regulate any kind of work plans, construction activity work plans that we do. Generally speaking, like Melissa pointed out, yes, we do look at the safety aspect of it, timing aspect, the logistics, and all these work plans are put together in a collaborative manner after discussing with the contractor, the licensed design engineers, as well as our capital program engineers and constructors and operations with regards to mainly compliance with our existing permits to ensure what can we do with the least disruption, or rather recover in time so that we continue to meet our existing compliance requirements. So,
I
but
appreciate
I
it.
will look into it. Yes.
Yeah, I would like to learn about what you find about compliance rules too. Thank you.
Councilmember Willis?
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. There's a couple things that I did want to follow up on from the last meeting that wasn't necessarily clear to me, at least for tonight's presentation. Part of the issue that I remember there being a huge odor complaint that was cited because the construction team on site was didn't have communication with the operation managers, and then they ended up doing the work on the malfunctioning area that needed to be replaced. And I know we walked away from that meeting saying that you were going to be operation manager and the construction team on site were going to communicate to make sure that when these type of projects are move forward, that you were going to do it at a time that would not impact residents. Has that conversation happened, and what is the plan around that moving forward?
So short answer is yes, those communications did happen, which is why we selected a date and time of subsequent shutdowns, which were away from the holidays, if I may, as well as of the shortest duration possible, so that we avoid these kinds of odor risks. So yes, those meetings and discussions are happening prior to every shutdown, and once those have been done and the work plan established, we also contact Mr. Diaz to notify him of the plan, the duration, the date, the time, the piece of equipment that's being taken offline. So yes.
Okay. And the other question that I had was related to, I remember, forgive me, I'm paraphrasing, but I believe it was Councilmember Cepeda that brought this up last time. You can correct me if I'm wrong. But I remember one of the issues that was also came up is the fact that the operation managers and staff for Veolia leave at around like 3 or 5 o'clock and aren't necessarily there with the construction team. And one of the issues that was brought up was making sure that we have somebody there, 24/7, so things aren't just operated by computers. Like, has any conversations like that happened too, in terms of operationally making sure that there's a staff person there if there's an incident?
One of the challenges is with the way the contract was structured. It is not a 24/7 facility as far as a manned operation. It's manned on an emergency basis on the off hours. There can be adjustments made. We can have those conversations with city staff as to what that would look like, but it would require additional certified operators in order to do that. We can't run this system on off hours without the appropriate certification levels. That's not allowed by the state water boards. So there have to be experienced certified individuals in order to do that. In order to get all of the work done, that would require additional staff.
And Councilperson, when it comes to construction, we don't do construction when our engineers and construction managers are not on site. So we do not do it. We may rarely do it off hours, but during those times we are present. We do not do construction when we are not around.
Okay. Well, I understand the challenge, but an obvious question, at least for me, that comes to mind is is there a scarcity of those who are certified to run the plant? Seriously?
Absolutely.
Big time.
Okay. And final two questions that I had. I know you mentioned, and this is following up on Councilmember Robinson's question, you mentioned reaching out, or you I actually have kind of sounded vague. You were only reaching out to homeowners associations, and I remember when I brought it up, I was talking about the local PTAs, like at Washington Elementary, Nystrom, the Santa Fe Neighborhood Council, Iron Triangle Neighborhood Council. Folks would be in the affected area, potentially a voter, starting from ground zero and building your way out. So you've only reached out to homeowners associations, but not any of the neighborhood councils, community centers, or even posted up, or sounds like you're working on the 4-month schedule and when operations are going to be happening, but no other groups have been reached out to besides homeowner associations?
One of the things that we want to take a look at is what is the appropriate level? What is the request? At the end of the day, I can only imagine from the looks in the room as we do some of the presentations, they are over the top. These are very, very data intensive. They're very, very technical. There's not a lot of ways to make this entertaining from the standpoint of what our business is. We are absolutely about education. We are looking at ways to make that better user-friendly and put it in front of some of our communications folks to make sure that this is not a engineering document, that is not just driving people mad with the technicality of it. But yes, as we start to get a better system for having those conversations, we can do that. What we don't want to do is drive people away. Now, we have gotten good feedback from Richard Diaz saying that the community has been overwhelmingly supportive of the activity releases that we have provided, the information in regard to upcoming activities. They would like to see more of those, and we're absolutely committed to that and working with him. He has been amazing. He is available. He is very clear in what he would like. And he's doing, again, he's very responsive when we ask a question or when he's asked a question. But he's provided the feedback that they're interested in that level. It's a question of what's the next level, right? What's the next level that makes sense without boring people to tears and driving them away, but giving them enough information to be useful. So we absolutely are still looking at what does that look like and how do we relay that to be the most value.
Okay. Yeah, and my final question is, and I remember getting feedback about this after the meeting or even during the meeting, was actually, I'm paraphrasing, but I remember it clearly. It's we are less concerned about when an operation is going to happen and more concerned about the fact that there's going to be odor that's going to basically be released into the community and make us suffer. So with that being said, and with Mary also basically restating that the agreement is saying that odor releases will not impact the community, what is the strategy to make sure that as operations are moving forward, that odors aren't going to impact the community?
And again, as Mary said, the goal is always to have zero impact. We absolutely want to operate it to the best of our abilities with the equipment and everything that has been provided. We continue to look at other opportunities. I know within the report there are several odor studies that have been done. There are other recommendations out there. I think Councilmember Zepeda actually joked about covering the whole plant. There are actually recommendations about different levels of covering of different processes. But we also want to make sure that it's not just at the facility and it's also in the collection system, which, as we stated, is part of the reason behind the smart manhole covers, to make sure that we're getting a better picture. That collection system right now is not well monitored. There aren't a lot of systems out there. These are new technologies. We're negotiating with a vendor as a company to get better pricing, to make sure that we're getting real-time data as to what is going on in the community, to make sure that it's not just at the fence line or at the plant, but all the way around the community in what is actually happening in those areas as the collection system is continuing to break down.
Okay. Well, I know that's the goal, but I guess in terms of goal for timeline, when is your goal to at least have something produced? Because we're being held accountable for our previous agreements and putting trust into Veolia. And whenever Veolia messes up, we get held accountable for entering into an agreement. So I think one of the primary concerns out of all the questions that I've asked is, when will the odor stop impacting community residents, and what is the goal to implement that strategy, and the timeline and when that strategy is going to be implemented? If it's 2 months, 3 months, year, what's the goal?
The goal is to work with the city as a whole to determine where the funding will come from for extra resources. These are city assets, and in order to upgrade some of those assets, it has to show up on the priority list. So I realize that with Baykeeper, with some of the other things that are out there, including some of the upgrades, those have not risen to the top of that priority list, but that absolutely has to be a conversation. I think in the report we've asked for, and I think there was originally a steering committee suggested, we absolutely applaud that idea and would encourage that, to take a look at the system as a whole and where does that money go to the best advantage of the entire community.
Oh, thank you for taking the time for being here and presenting and answering my questions. I'll have further comments later, but thank you.
Councilmember McLaughlin.
Yes, I wasn't at the meeting in December, although I did see it online. And had I been there, I would have mentioned this, which I'll mention now. There have been complaints about odor going, I've been on the council for, quite some time, and there have been odor complaints going back years, and, many community members, largely in Point Richmond, but also Washington School in Point Richmond, there were concerns from teachers and parents, and so this isn't something that that is new, but it's something that is extremely concerning. And I think the idea, so I just want to echo the concerns of both Councilmember Robinson and Councilmember Willis to reach out to the neighborhood councils, especially Point Richmond Neighborhood Council, but Councilmember Willis mentioned some other nearby neighborhood councils and the school. Because they are the ones that are affected, and they are the ones that, start reaching out, saying, what's going on here, we need to know. And if you give a presentation there, it does at neighborhood councils or, whatever group, community group, it doesn't need to be highly technical. It could be a brief explanation of what you have been dealing with and what you are correcting. And you could also offer to give tours. I remember that happened before. I know I had a couple of tours, and it was explained exactly what changes were being made. Of course, those changes didn't last, so now more changes have been made. So my second question, so above and beyond offering tours or visiting these neighborhood councils and offering tours for those interested. And we do have some extremely experts within our community. Many of them work for various regulatory agencies. So I wouldn't worry too much about being too technical, but I do understand that you might want to do a briefer presentation. But my next question is, so I did see in your PowerPoint that, you have some new equipment, and, that requires funds and also construction. So I'm wondering, just out of curiosity, I don't know how this process works. Does Veolia cover the cost? Is it on the city's dime, or is it passed on to the ratepayers?
Within the agreement, all capital plans and upgrades are a city responsibility. How that works, I would suggest that get answered by the city Public Works group, because I don't know the actual process within Public Works.
Yeah, it'd be good to know that, because I know we'll be getting, the next process of rate increases at some point, and it's important for us to know how much increases may come forward. But, yeah, Robert, if you could explain a little bit to us?
Absolutely.
Not yet.
It's not read yet.
Red means go.
Yeah, it's the.
Yeah, you just gotta let it go.
Only like green.
I'll be patient.
Boy, this new system.
Robert, if you want to try this one, this
Yeah.
one's red.
He's good.
Councilperson McLaughlin, that's a great question. All the funding for our, so I can see around this, all the funding for our.
Take a picture.
Oh, it's back.
Of course. All of the funding eventually for our wastewater comes from the enterprise fund, and it all derives from our ratepayers. So I'm not aware in the wastewater enterprise fund if there being any subsidies coming from the general fund. So hopefully that answers your question.
Okay, and could you also tell me, when will we be getting the next set of rate increases coming to the council? I forget if it's a multi-year process that we approve. Was when we did them.
I can answer that one. Mary Phelps, project manager. The city council approved the rate increase in 2019, and it was for a 5-year rate increase. So the last rate increase will go for 24-25, and then it sunsets. So unless the council votes for additional rate increases after 24-25, there will be no more rate increases. That will be it.
So how does that work when the capital, so it's part of that we have to cover as a city, not through the general fund?
When the rate study was completed in 2019, it was projected out that we would have enough cash and reserves to project out enough capital work, that we would have enough cash funding and bonds at that time with interest to pay for a lot of the capital work that's going on right now.
Okay.
The project that's going on in the plant right currently, that was paid for with a state revolving fund loan from the State Water Board. So that's not bonds.
The recent equipment
The
changes?
most recent one, the large project that's going on in the plant right now is through state revolving fund.
Okay, so if there, so you projected out in the 2019 rates. So if an emergency comes up and further equipment is needed, you're saying right now it's paid for through the water board, is that what you said?
Right now, we have enough reserves in the fund balance that we should be able to cover any emergency repairs that are needed.
Okay, that's good to hear, thank you.
You're welcome.
Councilmember Cepeda?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good evening. Thank you for coming out again. Happy New Year to you and everyone else in the back from your team. Hello, everybody. Thank you for waiting. I have a couple of different questions, and I read through the report a couple of times, some pages more than others. It's 446 pages. A lot of them have charts and reports. As you know, I'm a former member of the West County Wastewater District, so I have a little bit of knowledge, not a lot, but a little bit of knowledge of wastewater, probably a little more than my colleagues, having sat there for almost 4 years. I have some questions, and then the report. Definitely, thank you for putting the report together. It definitely took a lot of time. There are some pieces that I feel that are missing and that they weren't quite connected, or maybe I just didn't find those answers in the report. So I'm going to drill down into some of them there. Some of them just didn't quite connect. I was trying to connect a timeline. And the reason I want to connect the timeline is because I'm hoping that we can learn from what happened in this day. And as we know, this is only one day of many, many years. As Councilmember McLaughlin mentioned right? This has been going on for many, many years prior, but we want to learn from this one particular day and then moving it forward. Some of the comments on here, Veolia staff, and this is page 3, Veolia staff immediately attempted to correct those conditions but could not do so successfully. That is referring to the incident on December 4th. But then subsequent paragraphs and pages then talk about the timing, and I can't get the time to connect. It looks like the issue happened at midnight.
Yes, started.
Midnight, December 4th,
December 4th.
midnight, December 3rd.
I think the first odor complaint came in around 5 p.m. on
Now,
December 4th.
so that's another thing to differentiate. What it's the complaints versus the incidents versus when you guys noticed when something broke, because the report here says that, and I'm paraphrasing because I'm not sure which page is on, but that you saw that the power went down, and it went down for less than 5 minutes. Then the plant wasn't able to get back up. Something happened. From the time that the power went out, I don't know if staff went home right before or after. And again, it talks about at midnight, something happened at midnight. And then someone was working at night on December 4th. And I'm just trying to connect the dots. So if something happened at midnight, the power went out December 4th at around 5, staff went home at 3, someone came back at 8. Help me connect the dots of events of what happened and what are we learning from this? And was there someone at the plant? Because if there was someone at the plant to realize that the power went out, the generator kicked in 5 minutes later. No.
Generator did not kick in. That's the part of it. So what was really happening, they were in the process of doing the drain down of the secondary clarifier, right? The staff had gone home. One of the on-call operators had returned to the site, both because at 5 p.m. they received an odor complaint. So they came to do the investigation. At the same time, they were looking into a chlorine monitoring system, right? So they got an alarm that said it's not functioning properly. That was around 8, right? So in the meantime, they were going out and they were doing the investigation on the odor complaint. They were also working on equipment. At midnight was when we lost a single phase of power. So originally we called that a brownout. That doesn't meet apparently the definition of brownout for PG&E, but we did lose a single phase of power.
And if I can ask you there, sorry, I don't mean to cut you off, but that you're hitting the dots there. So now it's midnight. Is this midnight December 4th to December 5th or midnight December 3rd? So the brownout, which caused the power outage, happened at midnight December 4th to December 5th. But the first alarm happened earlier December 4th. So I'm trying to figure out if the culprit was the power outage, why did the power outage which was the culprit, happen hours after the first alarm?
And the problem is there's not, and that's a very valid point, because there's not a single failure that is the culprit, and that's why we called it a perfect storm. There are several contributing factors. So there were odors already emanating from the secondary clarifier that was being drained. The operator at the time put some additional hoses in there for a water cap, because if you have stagnant water over the top of any solids, it won't release the odors through the water cap, right? So that's one method, but in the meantime, they were also having difficulty adding some of the odor control chemical at that time, the hypochlorite. It's not really used for odor control, but it does help mitigate. So they were in the process of doing that as well. Then you have the single phase loss, right, that happened at midnight. So these are all contributing factors that are building, which is why between the 4th and the 5th, we started seeing more odor complaints. Because even though that odor was there, it was coming in through the collection system. There was no online feed out in the collection system due to construction of the new Ferry Point pump station and the unavailability of being able to add that. And I think there was a photo in the presentation, but it shows you the size of the tank. and how impossible it is to move that while you're doing construction on the same footprint of a brand-new station. So we were having difficulty keeping that running. So you've got odorous air coming in. You've got a little bit more added as the tank is being drained. Now you've added to that the loss of phase that made sure that we couldn't restart the blowers until the next morning. The blowers are what runs those aeration basins, and that is what helps keep that wastewater fresh as the treatment is happening. It's exacerbating what is already there. And then you are on the 5th having the removal of the odor control fan, which just was like the final straw that made everything start to collapse. Does that make more sense?
Thank you.
Does that help line things up a little bit more?
It does in a way, and that just leads more to the question that Councilmember Willis was also alluding to about the overnights and weekends, and I think we do need to have that conversation. In the West County Wastewater District, we have someone, or I keep saying we, I'm no longer there, they have someone who is there 24/7. Obviously, this human doesn't work 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, but they are there after hours, so they're there if something's happening. Something that your report also called out is, and it didn't quite register with me here, so you're gonna have to help me out. Your staff is supposed to get the same notifications we get over email.
Yes.
But then it appears from the report that action didn't start until a phone call was made to your hotline, which is 510-412-2001. That is what I read from there, that
They do investigate odor spikes at the fence line. We do have a handheld gerometer. It's very, very sensitive. It's an expensive piece of equipment. But they will do odor investigations within the facility. They walk the fence line and take odor readings to make sure that is part of the investigation process. And those are records that are provided to AQMD when they come on site. But yes, we also go out into the community when we actually receive an odor complaint.
So my question is I'll rephrase it here. If the alarms went off at 5, and from last time you mentioned that your staff goes home around 3:30, and then if your staff is supposed to also receive these notifications over email, as we do, those of us who are signed up for them. So if they're receiving them, did it prompt them to turn back around and say, what's going on? Or are they just going, oh, some email, oh, another email?
No, they do actually come back and they investigate. And they make sure that they walk the facility not only to take the readings, but also to help identify if there is something, and this is part of the reason we like people to come to the facility to see the size of this. Some of these things are not obvious. Some are these, it could be something happening on a pipe that is specific to that pipe, but because of the material that it's carrying could be very odorous, right? In the dark, it's not always easy to see that. It's not always easy to identify that, but they are trying, as they're walking around, not only to take the readings, but also to try and identify what the odor source is and try and eliminate that as quickly as possible.
So are you saying that from when the last individual left at 3:30 and when the first spike email came out, without the phone call, the first spike email, did that person come back to check it out? So they came back from wherever they were. So we did have someone at the plant at around 5:30 that day?
Yes.
Okay, perfect, thank you. Just want to confirm that there. Now, in regards to the communication, and these are all learning opportunities, so I welcome your partnership. But before I move on, actually, the overnight and weekend, so I want to make sure that we have this conversation with staff, right? What would it take to have one more human there? It is going to provide a sense of security to our community, not just the immediate community, but everybody else that is being serviced by this wastewater plant, which is about 2/3 of Richmond or so. Right, so it's making sure that if something happens, there's a big earthquake, let's say, because we have those in California, and this person that's assigned to come back in case of an emergency lives on the, and I don't know where they live, but let's say they live on the other side of the bridge falls down. What happens to a sewage plant? It still needs to work, right? So we need to make sure that we have that plant, that plan for the plant ready to go. So having a human there is going to serve us trifold, because we're going to be able to have them day to day, but in case of an emergency. So if you can please make sure that this is one of your recommendations to staff, what would it take? In terms of rates, Veolia services less population than the West County Wastewater District, yet the rates in this part of Richmond are much higher. So there should be, and I know that there's projects going on, but so does the West County Wastewater. We actually have a little bit bigger project going on, or they have a little bit bigger project going on. So we want to see, there's got to be money in there to be able to pay for this additional human or two. In terms of communication, please work with me, CC me, whenever you are reaching out to Richard Diaz. For those of you who might not know him, and I just found out about him, he is our new emergency services manager. So we want to make sure that as he is communicating, and he is new to Richmond as well, that he and you are able to communicate with the affected community immediately, as immediately as possible. And that will be the Point Richmond Neighborhood Council, the Santa Fe Neighborhood Council. Those are the two adjoining neighborhood councils next to the plant. And then obviously myself. If you send me an email at any time, I will most likely get it. If you send me a text, I will definitely get it. And I can send something out. Now, defining communication, as you mentioned, right, the communication is not always sexy. What are you going to say? There's an odor. So how do you communicate that? That is not overly alarming, but is informational. And in in this incident that we're referring to, what was important was for when people started questioning, do I have to evacuate? Because there were so many alarms, right? So I want to make sure that we understand if it's one alarm, like you had on the 19th, at 6:25 a.m. on the 19th, we want to make sure, right, if it's just one and you're monitoring it, right, it was air blowing from somewhere else, whatever it may be, maybe we don't need to send something out to the community. But if December 4th happens again, where it's coming a lot, we need to know what is going on proactively, right? Whether it be a project that you were working on or something happened, right? The power went out again. It will happen again most likely because things happen. But that's the type of communication we want. One, the plant's okay. We need to know as elected officials, as a city government, we need to know. And then letting the community know, we're working on it. Here's what you can expect. You don't need to evacuate. We've got this under control, we're working it. Or maybe you do need to evacuate, or maybe you just need to close your windows. Whatever the action is, if there's an action. We are asking this of our other big industry as well. Chevron started doing that as well with just notifying people. Nothing big of an emergency, just FYI, this is happening. So we'll want to learn from that. At what point do we communicate and how do we communicate? Because right now the community is very alarmed with anything happening, right? We want to be able to build that trust again. And until we build that trust, we have to a little bit over-communicate with them. So if you reach out to me, I can put you in touch with both of the neighborhood councils, with their leadership. And then you can, with them, I know the Point Richmond Neighborhood Council has the PTA in their neighborhood council, the school, so they can communicate with them as well. They can give you their contacts. We can make a phone tree and making sure that everyone's well communicated and they are aware of what's happening in our backyard. A comment that we had before is the clarifiers were down and extra parts were not readily available. Are we planning ahead for that? And I know that we can't plan for every part, but are there some parts that we know that break more often than others that we can have backups? And do we have those already? Is that part of the plan? And can we make that part of the plan?
I will tell you that we have a list that we publish in the biweekly report of all of the requests that we have out there to be funded for spare parts, for replacement items. Again, it's the getting them the priority. One of the things that I agreed to with Robert was to make sure that we are being very clear when we're doing this, not only asking and putting together a project and saying, hey, these are the spare parts we need, but also giving them that priority from the standpoint of the operators but also being very clear about what the consequences are, right? Because I think that's where you're going at, is if I don't know that if I don't have these spare parts, it's going to cause additional odors, or it's going to cause complete failure of a process, just telling you it's priority one isn't really helping, right? We need to be very clear about that communication and about what could happen if we don't do this, right? So I think that gives the city better information to then prioritize where that fits as far as being approved, because it gives them, this is what we see from the operational standpoint could happen. So that is an ongoing, and that is something we're updating in our biweekly report. Those are all public information. So obviously, if you want a copy of those, we can make sure that those are also shared.
Thank you. And well, Robert, we meet monthly on the water recovery, so we'll touch base on it there. I just asked that we be proactive. All of this is being proactive because we want to be able to learn. This has been going on for many years. We're not going to drill down in the past, just December. That's as far as we'll go. And then we want to move forward, right? But we want to have a good plan. While I like seeing you guys here, you're welcome to our home here. I don't want to see you in these bad circumstances. The community does not want to have this be going on. And somebody else mentioned it. In last meeting, you mentioned accountability. You hold your vendors accountable to anything that's going on. And I had mentioned as well, because you go after your vendors when they don't provide these services, right? You have guarantees for them, and if they don't meet those guarantees, and I know it's part of contracts, but I would love to be able to see it if we're making amendments, that if you don't meet the guarantees, that the people get some money back as well. And we have to figure out what that is, right? If you are willing to say that you are working hard to make sure that our people are safe, and that you're meeting the 100% guarantee that there will be no odors. Right now it's 99.88%. If you don't meet that threshold or the guarantee, how much are you willing to put in? Or the Veolia's pocket, not Richmond's pocket. Whatever it may be, you don't have to answer it now. But that's part of a partnership, and that's part of a real, it's going to hurt somebody's pocket, and it should not hurt the community. And it should not hurt their lungs. It should not hurt their health. So I will welcome your opportunity to give me some numbers there in the future. And that gets me to the end of the questions for now. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, I'm trying to figure out how to stop this. Stop! No, I think we need to start being mindful of the time. I let you go on for a while, and then I thought I better time you. And then I timed you, and you still reached the allotted time. So when we go to the other council members, I would appreciate it if you're a little more mindful.
So I just have a few questions. And I just wanted to say thank you to the Richmond staff for working really hard to make this multinational corporation to be accountable, because they are not. They are not being accountable, and the reason why we are here is because they are not accountable. And I would love to have, instead of all these staff people here, more people in the plan where actually we need that. So I have some question for Mari, and it's about I think there had been a lot of question about procedures, and it seems that procedure hasn't been followed. The residents started complaining about odors in 2011. So it has been for a lot. So how often the fees has gone up from Veolia? And also, I just wanted you to explain to the public as well that Veolia has one part, but we have other parts that are no Veolia. So my question are about how often the fees had gone for Veolia, for the districts that Veolia runs.
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question, please?
How often the fees has gone up?
The fees.
The fees or the rates?
The fees.
The rates.
Since Veolia took over the contract? Well, Veolia took over the wastewater treatment plant in 2002, and our rates have increased, accordingly based on the needs of capital improvements, collection repairs, treatment plant repairs, so on and so forth. I can provide you a chart of what the fees are, from that time period.
That would
So,
be great.
I
And
can
then
have that.
also a comparison between Veolia's rates versus the other rates of the other, like the wastewater district, for instance, or the.
When we do the sewer rate study, we do compare to other districts of what other districts are charging.
Okay.
So it's not necessarily Veolia's rates, it's the city's rates.
No, but I want to have a comparison between Veolia versus the wastewater district that we have as well here. What is the difference between them? And then between the other districts as well.
If I may, Mayor, Councilmember, and Vice Mayor Jimenez, we can do that.
Okay.
We'll get you that data.
Okay. I think like for me, and also like, can this be done like for like single family home sewer rates since like.
I can get you that data.
Perfect. And the other question, and these are, like I had two last questions, so I don't take more time. But have the city done any audit of Veolia? Audit? And when was the last time that we did one?
When the sewer rate studies are done, there is an audit done financially on what the needs are, but as an audit done on Veolia per se, I can't speak to that. That would be a question for the finance department or possibly the city attorney's office.
So I think for me it's important, since we are doing that we are like directing an audit of Veolia, not only in the financial part, but I think like we need clarity and transparency about how efficient they are, how financially and operational they are. Like, so it gives us more information, because we are here just listening to them about what you are doing to do. But the reality is that the contract says that there is, like, they promise to not have orders. And when you say, well, this is the goal, but since 2002, that has been the goal. So that means that right now, since 2002 or since the orders started, they have been breaking the contract. They haven't been follow what they promised to us. And I think like, and it's not anything, like, you have been doing an amazing job, and thank you so much. And I think like what we are trying to do here, I feel like it makes your job easier, because then you don't have to kind of like follow trying to get them to respond to you. They are responding to us because we are putting them on the hot seat right now. And I hope that it doesn't need to be like that, so they are responsible. But I just, first of all, there is a problem of like, there is a contract, and that contract hasn't been followed. So I don't know if we are in breach of contract, and I don't know if we can talk about this public or it's in closed session, but if some things but a multinational corporation hasn't followed, and they promise to a Richmond community, and I think like the one that they said are like this is not a rich community, right? So we need to be really a strong advocates to make sure that we know all the operation and all the information that many people for many years, many residents has been asking this corporation and the city to provide, so they know how is that the rates that are going up are justified and why. So I think like, I don't know, but I will recommend that we do an audit that not only goes into the rates, but the efficiency and the operational part of this corporation working here. So thank you so much.
You're welcome.
All right. Well, from this conversation, you can see that the issue is greater than the incidents on the 4th. There's other people who want to ask questions, but I think we should turn it over to public comment, and then we'll come back to the council.
Okay, we do not have any speakers in-house, but we do have speakers online.
We currently have 2 speakers. The first speaker is Philip Rosenthal and Lisa Johnson. Philip, please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Hello. I just want to first of all ask the city council to pretend that this conversation was not about this incident and not about Veolia and its contract with the city, but pretend that these people were working on your individual sewer systems or bathrooms in your home for 22 years, and time again, they broke their promises and the contracts. Would you continue to trust them and continue to hire them day after day, year after year? Only Gail can probably speak, or perhaps Gail and Eduardo, to the fact that we excused them $20 million in fines several years ago, taking 8 cents on the dollar for contracts that were broken. Veolia knew that there were safer and more effective methods to deal with this recent incident and the frequent incidents, but they chose not to do them. They are the world's largest corporation, as Claudia pointed out, that does this. So they shouldn't be having, quote, lessons learned, and they shouldn't be reaching out the community to find out how we can help them do a better job. We've given them tens or hundreds of millions of dollars worth of business over the years. It is not the taxpayer's job to figure this out. It is not city council members' jobs to figure this out. It's not Caesar's jobs to figure this out. Melissa sat in front of you in the last meeting and deliberately mentioned that she is breaking the contract concerning the water sewage drainage that keeps communities like Shields Reed literally flooded so that emergency vehicles can't get into their community. And I hope that those of you following that contract heard her say that they are not even doing that. So I just don't think we can trust them. You wouldn't hire them at home, don't hire them.
Your time has expired. Thank you. The next speaker is Lisa Johnson, followed by Edie Sellers. Lisa, please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I just wanted to give a brief update based on Councilmember Robinson's question about the number of events. So since that special council meeting on December 12th, there were 10 separate spikes between December 15th and December 17th, the highest reaching 140 parts per billion. There were 3 events so far in January, the last being on January 19th. Now that spiked above 60 parts per billion around 6:30 in the morning. And the comment tonight was that the wind was coming from the southwest. So it couldn't have been their odor. All you have to do is go and look at the hydrogen sulfide monitor and see that that meter was going up above 20 parts per billion consistently throughout that day from numerous wind directions, many from the northeast. So their argument tonight doesn't hold up either. There is a severe fracture of trust between the community and Veolia. They have, to put it lightly, crapped on us for years. And we're sick of it. Quite honestly, sick of it. They've stolen millions from us. They've committed fraud. They get caught. The city settles for pennies on the dollar. Nobody understands it. Our rates get jacked up 37% every 5 years. And what do we get? Nothing but stench and lies. I heard a lot of unwillingness to proactively reach out to the Point Richmond Neighborhood Council and Santa Fe Neighborhood Council, even though the council specifically asked that last time. There's no excuse for that. That's just being not a good neighbor, period. Historically, odors consistently happen after 5 p.m. on the weekends. We need somebody there 24/7, and we absolutely need a notification system that describes the event, the corrective action, and the timeline for that correction. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Edie Sellers. Please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Thank you, Council, for
keep the follow through on this issue. It's pretty clear from tonight's presentation how either Veolia is completely out of touch with Richmond or they really don't care. They haven't connected with any of the residents or the neighborhood groups, despite you instructing them to do exactly that. Why? It's pretty clear they don't want to. They would really rather we shut up, go home, and leave them alone. The explanation that they can't talk to us because they can't dumb it down enough for us groundlings to be entertained enough is insulting to an extreme. I will have you know, Veolia, Richmond residents are not too stupid to understand. We don't need to be entertained. We need answers, and I can assure you we'll be able to understand your big engineering words. You know what we do know? We know when we're being gaslit. Take a look at the photos of the facility that they showed tonight and the last time they were here. It's a pigsty. It's covered with weeds and grass, and it's littered with debris and trash. It's a mess. I've toured other wastewater facilities in this county. They are pristine. They're well maintained, and they don't stink. This multi-billion-dollar multinational corporation can't manage to cut the weeds, much less deal with odors or even maintain our storm drains like they're contracted to do. I have very little faith Veolia cares. All they care about is that you, the council, stop asking questions and that we stop complaining so that they can collect their check and keep milking the cash cow that's Richmond taxpayers. We need someone else to come in who knows how to do their job and is less entitled to our money. Thank you.
Your time is expired. Thank you. And that was our last speaker.
Thank you. Then I'll close public hearing. I want to apologize for being glib when I was referring to this document, but after spending hours going through this and not finding any of the answers that I had asked for, I was just frustrated, and I'm still frustrated. Let me tell you what I expect. I think this needs to be done again, and when it's done again, it needs to provide a root cause analysis documented with the causal factors that led up to the recent event. There was no root cause analysis here, which is what I had asked for. You mentioned SOPs. We need to see the SOPs, guidelines, and checklists that were used during the cleanup and release of the equipment. You mentioned them in this document, but you didn't provide them. So you know, mentioning them did nothing for me, except let me know that you knew that one was there. We understand that you had conversations with staff about ways to work with the community, but there was no documentation as to what those conversations were and what sorts of agreements you and staff might have come up with. We need to see a contingency plan for doing the work without having the Ferry Point Pump Station chemical addition system online. Now, in your document, you said that that was an issue. And then there was a letter that you printed twice that talked about dealing with it, you know, adding hydrogen peroxide instead of chlorine and how costly that was. But the system was online in 2021, and that work was done without any order. So what sort of contingency plans did you have once it went down? We'd like to see a risk ranking on recommendations in the document. We know that all recommendations don't hold the same weight. Some could cause immediate odors. Others may take time to affect the plant and eventually cause odors. You know, and then there's low-hanging fruit. You know, so we need to see a list of possible ways to deal with the issues and have them ranked so we know what is essential and what can take later. And then Also, we need direct access to SOPs, and on one of the page 12s, it says, these documents are maintained at, we're talking about standard operating procedures, are maintained at the plant per our standard operating procedure and shared with BACMed upon request and during any of their inquiries on site. Okay, but those documents belong to us. We pay for them. There are documents. They should be made available to the city, to the council members, whenever we ask for them.
Can I make a motion to extend the meeting to 11:15?
Second.
Roll call?
Councilmember Bonner?
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin?
Yes.
Councilmember Robinson?
Yes.
Councilmember Willis?
Yes.
Councilmember Zepeda?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Jimenez?
Yes.
And Mayor Martinez.
Yes.
The vote is unanimous.
So, and finally, we need those SOPs, we need guidelines, we need a checklist for day-to-day operations, and we need a list of seldomly performed tasks, emergency procedures, and maintenance work. We need all that so that we can understand how the plant works and so that we're no longer in the dark. This is a new city council that's very interested in knowing how things work and, more importantly, how things don't work, so that we can make corrections and actually get action instead of excuses. Councilmember McLaughlin.
Yes, I just wanted to say, I know the speakers talked about the history of this, and there is a bad taste in the mouths of us as a council and the community because of this history. There were false fraudulent invoices that Veolia presented to the city. This was a big deal. I don't remember what year it was, but we had all kinds of discussions about it in open session, and we reached a point where both Veolia and the city agreed to phase out your contract early. I mean, you could check some newspaper articles that are still online because it was time to say enough. And we were also engaging with public agencies like East Bay Mud to have a new operator. And so this was all in place because since before I was even on the council, I was aware of this issue being a really problematic one, having a private entity run a public agency plant. Was something that I didn't feel good about, and neither did other members of the community. So I was mayor at the time when some of this came to the forefront, and that we pushed hard to end this contract. Veolia was in agreement. Okay, it was clear that there was a lot of problems that occurred, that work that wasn't done that we were invoiced for, and what happened was that. The other members of the council, as the mayor said, we have a new council now. But at that time, the council was not, the majority was not in favor of moving forward. And I was very disappointed because we were very close to just ending this, finding a new operator, and getting back on track in a way that I believe public services should be provided to the public by public agencies. And so all I could say is that I think maybe it's time for us to start considering that again. Vice Mayor Jimenez suggested an audit. We don't know what's going on here with the finances and especially with the history of false invoices that were put forward. So, there's so much dissatisfaction. I just, can't express it enough. This is my 17th year on council. My first year was 2005. This contract was 2002 before I was even on council. So a lot of fighting, a lot of pushback on Veolia from the community, from some of us on the council, and now from a lot of us on this council, all of us on this council. it makes me wonder, if we really need more information or if we really need to consider this phase-out idea again, and look at other public agencies to come in and help operate this plant. I don't know what the answer is, but it's pretty frustrating to have seen it emerge time and time again, all the problems, and here we are in a time where we have council unanimity on this. So I don't know what the answer is, but I guess we'll have to discuss it perhaps in closed session. But I wanted to express that.
Councilmember Robinson?
Yeah, so kind of following on with that, in the last direction that we gave after the last time we met on this issue, a part of that was to ask the city attorney to look into the contract and to see if there was ways, that it could end early, if they're in breach of contract, to be able to better understand where we stand. And I know that that's not ready for tonight, but I do wonder if you can give us an update of when we might get that information.
There has been a history to this discussion, and we can certainly put it on for closed session to discuss options. The part of it is not just the legal aspect, but also the process you'd have to go through to get a new operator. And they're in the middle of a construction project, as you're aware, in terms of developing a capital improvement program. And so there's a question about, what's the status of all those improvements? How far along is that? So I think it's a complex issue, and I think it takes an analysis on the part of different parts of staff in terms of coming up with ideas, options, and so forth for the council.
Will you be able to bring forward the legal portions so that we can understand that in terms of the contract in a closed session in the coming, soon?
Yes, but again, I think the discussion, a complete discussion involves the legal aspect also has to include what are you going to do?
Yeah, I understand.
Yeah.
Yeah, and just one final comment. I really think that this is more than just the incident on December 4th. Most of my interactions with Veolia, learning about what's happening and the complaints stem from a poor maintenance of the storm drain system and the flooding that results throughout communities in my district and in other districts, the neighboring districts, and just the frustration and what I see, quite honestly, is the kind of dismissive explanations of the lack of maintenance on the part of Veolia. It just seems like the caller said, that you just really don't care that people are flooded, and so I think that it's a bigger issue. December 4th is one. It's been over 20 years. There's storm drain management issues. There's a bunch of things, and we need to kind of have a comprehensive response. It's not about this one issue. Thank you.
Councilmember Bonner.
Thank you. I wonder if you could direct the staff, specifically the city attorney, to review the ISO to see what exists in there and whether we could tighten it with regards to wastewater treatment plant. Is that doable? Should I make a motion?
There's a whole bunch of things that various council people have mentioned here. And so I think we'll have to work with the Public Works staff to see where all this goes. You've laid out a bunch of things for people, for Veolia to respond to, but you've also raised the issue of replacing them. So
Yeah, but whoever operates, we need some ISO, industrial safety ordinance.
All right, we have 4 more minutes. And Councilmember Willis and Vice Mayor Jimenez still want to speak. We'll need to have 2 minutes each, but we'll need more than that because we'll need to have discussion as to how we want to move forward.
Okay.
So can we make a motion to go to 11:30?
Can we just say till we're done?
Okay, until we're done.
Max 11:30.
All right. I'll second the mayor's motion.
The motion is max 11:30, I hope.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Councilmember
Yes.
Bonner?
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin?
Yes.
Councilmember Robinson?
Yes.
Councilmember Zepeda?
Yes.
Councilmember Willis?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Jimenez?
Yes.
And Mayor Martinez?
Yes.
The vote is unanimous.
Okay, so we'll give 2 minutes to Councilmember Willis and 2 minutes to Vice Mayor Jimenez.
Thank you. In general, I can appreciate the complication of the operations and appreciate the fact that folks took time to come out and speak and answer our questions. So I do sincerely appreciate that. Though, because this has been a persistent issue that seems to have been going on since I was 11 years old in 2002, it's kind of hard to sit here and basically have confidence in anything that's actually going to be changing. I would love to be proven wrong on this type of issue, but once again, we're being held accountable by our own communities on how to go about this because they're dealing with the upfront impacts and I can't justify it for them. My motion would be, in general, just for us, city attorney, I would like to know when to be realistic to have a good comprehensive discussion about this, but either at our next closed session on February 6th or the subsequent closed session that we just have an open discussion about what happened here in open session today and last month, along with the other history, and just go over the strategies on what's in front of us for the council to take or what directions we need to go in at our very next closed session. So that would be my motion personally.
Can I add a minute
Yes.
to that? So I just want to make sure that the things that were in the last motion are also included in this. So we were explicit wanting to have a legal review of the contract to understand if we actually do have a breach, if we don't have a breach, if there's a way, are there exit strategies, things like that. So I just want to include that legal review. We've asked for it. We've directed staff to give it to us, and we need it still, not just a vague, broad. I'm not dissing what you're saying. I feel like it's important, but I also want to make sure that we understand the legal standings and we don't put it off.
No, absolutely. That motion is coming from the fact that you made that motion at our last city council meeting, and as more specific, the better, because like I said, it goes back to 2002, so that's a lot of information, so I accept that. Any other friendly amendments?
Can I make another amendment?
Wait, who seconded though?
Nobody has been seconded, but I will second it, and since it's my turn to, so I will say, I think like for me is that it's been clear, and I remember having discussion about that council is fed up, and we are tired, and we want to have other alternatives. I know that it's not an easy issue, and maybe it's not like 1 year issue, but we want the staff, and we have been convincing the staff to look into other options. So I just wondering if we can have that, like start this conversation by where we are going, like by February, not by February 6th, but I will say like, if by the second meeting in February, you will have, like, that, is that real to have some meaningful discussion about the contract and also what is the stage and how we start the process to start looking for other options?
So,
I may, Mayor?
could I ask a question? Is that, I know, because I know we're in the process of getting some evaluations done and stuff, and there's a lot of material. I just want to make sure, because this is very important, we want to make sure it's done accurately and comprehensively. Do you think, I think it would, what's the second meeting in February? The 20th. Is that enough time on the legal end, first of all, to review this contract and have a substantive conversation, or not? Or would another,
If that's when you want to do it, you'll have the best we can do by that date.
would the 27th make it a little easier?
If I may, Mayor, the 27th, respectfully, if I
Yes.
may, we have a mid-year budget. So if we could do it earlier, that would be helpful since this is a high priority for the council. And then also, I want to be clear that my direction to Public Works staff and our colleagues here that have been working really hard on this is that we will be prepared and that we'll be responsive, and we want to work to achieve the city council's policy direction. We have a similar process, right, that we've embarked upon with Republic Services, and so I think we've made it clear that staff does have the capacity to thoughtfully engage with, on these sorts of complex issues, and we'll move forward as directed.
So just to follow up, so City Attorney, you think by the 20th you could at least, answer some of these questions in terms of, I think Councilmember Robinson raised them, like, is there an exit in the contract? Is there a, what would constitute a breach? Would a negotiated talk, because of even the past history leading up to now? Just give us some legal insight.
Certainly.
Okay.
Okay, I want to apologize for taking a bio break during a major motion. It seems as if the conversation totally flipped to something different. I was wanting another report that actually answered the questions, and now it seems like we're talking about something else. So can you share the motion?
Oh, it was just to, at our next possible meeting, after further discussion, seeming February 20th, that we just have a discussion about this topic in executive session.
What is this topic?
Veolia, and also if there was any legal breach and what other options are there, if there's an exit, are there potential operators or corrections that need to be done, having that discussion in executive session. And I will just say as a comment, I don't see, personally, my opinion, I don't see an issue with us still getting another report for the public, because the public should be a part of that discussion too. My main reason for the motion is just making sure that we're able to have a discussion about this in executive session rather than just letting it idle, because we're very limited to what we can and cannot say in open session. And I would also say that I'm looking at this as like part one, because history has taught me one thing: this isn't going to be one and done at one closed session meeting. We're going to have multiple. So let's just get the ball rolling and start giving our staff some comprehensive directions that aren't vague, because we're limited to what we can say publicly.
And I think I'd add to that Doria pointed out that the motion that was made at the last meeting was very detailed about things that needed to be followed up on, and she wanted it clarified that that this motion reaffirmed the direction that was given in that prior motion.
Correct.
Okay, and what about the need for a report that actually answers all the questions that we asked initially?
I think I have a multitude of notes of things that people wanted reinforced. So I think that
Actually, I'm referring to the report that Veolia gave us.
Yes, I understand, and so that was a part of those many things. So I think to make you happy, Veolia would follow up on all of those things. But the context is you're also talking about how to terminate their contract, and so.
Right, and I think it's also a way for Veolia to prove that they are actually interested in serving this community.
I second the motion.
All right.
You ready?
Roll call.
Okay, Councilmember Bonner.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Jimenez.
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin.
Yes.
Councilmember Robinson.
Yes.
Councilmember Willis.
Yes.
Councilmember Zepeda.
Yes.
And Mayor Martinez.
Yes.
The vote is unanimous.
All right. I just took a real quick nap there. But I'm awake now, so I'm awake enough to adjourn the meeting. So thanks to everyone for being here and staying this late. The meeting is adjourned.
Thank you.
I was like,